her call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detecting 12, we'll check that one out.
6 1 bullet, 2 1 start, take your shots.
Also still stands for talking, no?
like singing that sweet melody, that saxophone. I love hearing it. It's just gonna be how it is. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. There we go. StreamYard's gonna work there. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. If you didn't see the highlight that we put out after the show, shout out community, shout out Caddy. Made a little highlight video about the other shady president in Moscow, Idaho. It's not Mr. Green. Somebody else. So if you didn't check it out, Sigma Chi's president was also a first responder in 2022. What's up, Kib Kitty? Ticket number 1, Caddy ticket number 2, Katrina ticket number 4, Skittles ticket number 5, Dance. What's up, Diana? Ticket number 6, 49er Girl ticket number 8, and ticket number 10. Thank you. Aaliyah, ticket 12. How are you? Thank you, Kimo. Appreciate you. Ticket 13. Lucky 13. Oh, wait. We got 2 of them. You're connected at the soul tonight. Yoli, ticket 14. Collateral, ticket 13. And I got a headache tonight. What's up, Beniasma? Ticket 16. Thank you. Typically unique, ticket 10. I think I'll start a channel, Working Out Crime. Nice. And I'm usually working after I'm done with the show too. Sometimes when I'm done, I'll go hang out in another show or something while I'm doing my work or whatever, and I'll end up chit-chatting, and here and there I'll end up hopping on or something, you know. Whatever channel that is. That'll be nice, though. That'll be cool. Have to have you on sometime. K. Miller, golden ticket 18. Thank you. Appreciate you. New music? No. Nope. SM, what's up? Saw the breaking news in there. That's sad. Look at all those emojis. Nope. What's up, Crystal? All the same, I'm gonna make some. I want to make a new. The very beginning where you have like that flash. I've had the same song the whole time for the show. I kind of want to do something new. So we'll see. I gotta have time to like sit down and figure out how I'm gonna record it on my computer and stuff. I think I got an idea though. I think it'll work out. You too, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work too. Everybody, what's up, Creatrix? How are you? American Princess, ticket 26. For some reason though, when I do it on StreamYard, it like makes it sound weird or something. I don't know. Kind of like when I was doing the applause stuff. Makes everything else sound weird. What's up, Julie? There's another one out there too. What's up, Joaquin? New to the channel, thank you. Hailing from Oregon, appreciate you. Over there on Twitter. Come on over to YouTube. Come hang out. You can see everybody chat over here. And they can see you too. Unfortunately, they don't get to see the other platforms unless I highlight it, so it kind of sucks. I wish they kind of somehow made it a thing where it would show all of them, you know. I never been a fan of having the chat rolling up on screen because I like being able to have, you know, the screen as big as possible, you know. So that goes back to my gaming days when I would do some gaming behind a camera there for a little while. Long time ago. CJ, I finally got the hang of Discord, and I'm loving how you have tabs for breaking news and case specific news. Thank you. And it's a good way for me to be able to, like, whatever case we cover. That way you guys do a great amount of work too, the community does. And one of the things, I could never get to all the information just because of, it was so scattered everywhere. And so it's a way to be able to highlight your hard work more, so went ahead and did all that. And, we'll be making other ones too, but it's a good way to, if we're covering a case like tonight, I'm in the Idaho 4 info drop. So I'll be scrolling through that as we, as we go on through the night. So, I felt bad that I couldn't get to your guys' stuff because there was so many different directions. And so I thought it was a great way to be able to just right there. We get to everything you guys drop in there so I can get to your work quicker. Golden Ticket 29, thank you, Miley. Appreciate you. What's up, Randy? Ticket 32. What's up, Atmos? Astro from Space. How are you? Been a while. What's up, Nicole Moody? Ticket 33. Larry Bird. Christina Rain, ticket 35 with the roses. What's up, Danny? Ticket 35. Connected at the soul tonight. Yeah, that'll be dropping the members playlist. So if you are a member, click on that and you can have all the videos. Definitely check out our. I'll be premiering. We're on episode 8 coming up this weekend for the OJ25. But I'll be premiering episode 1. Maybe what I'll do is I'll premiere episode 1 for everybody Sunday morning, and then Sunday afternoon we can do our episode 8 for the members live. Maybe I'll do that. I'll do the premieres before we do the members lives. I think I'll do that. So if you're not a member, I'm probably going to schedule it for Sunday morning. So even if you aren't able to make the premiere, you'll still be able to go back and watch it on replay. I'm going to start putting out the beginning of the OJ members lives for everybody here starting soon. But we are having our week 8 coming up this weekend. And man, Mark Furman's on the stand now. That's where we're at. What's up, Detective? Mark Furman's on the stand now. It's like, ooh, and then here comes F. Lee Bailey. Crazy though, the great conversations in those episodes. Great conversations. It really, there's so many uncanny similarities to this case. It's crazy. So, all right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do the switcheroo. Let me turn this down real quick. We'll do the switcheroo, and then we're going to get right into this. I'm going to play this if you didn't catch it last night. This is something I put out last night after the show was over. And it's just crazy. You watch this, and you're just like, why are you looking at your phone all the time? Why won't you look up? Why are you avoiding eye contact? Why... Like, what's up, man? What's up, man? So, give me 1 second. We'll do the switcheroo. I'll play this for you, and we'll get into some of the other stuff tonight as well. And if you do want to call, I'm going to make sure that we're going to set aside a good chunk of the show if you want to call. So, after we get into this information here in the beginning, I'll go ahead and open up the phone lines, and I'll put the phone number up there if you do want to call. So we'll be right back. Thank you for joining. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. Appreciate you. Good morning, everybody. Well, it's morning for you. It's please consider so. The interesting thing that came up as we close the show. You'll definitely want to check out last night's show if you missed it, as we continue to uncover the cover. Shout out to my mod caddy, appreciate you. We were talking about and showing pictures of different volunteers and how the program works, and we were kind of getting into it. Also, we were showing some other interesting players that also got some volunteer awards as well. You'll definitely want to check out last night's show. By the way, please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you are not subscribed, please consider doing so. But you're going to want to check this out now. Just a little teeny tidbit here.
There we go.
When it comes to this Moscow Volunteer Fire Department Student Resident Program that they got going. We were showing some of the pictures in last night's show. And I got something special for you.
What's up,
as you start your day off. Appreciate you. Hope you have a peaceful and positive day. Just wait. Here we go. Now, when we were going through this, guess who? Guess who, everybody?
Guess who?
Who is the volunteer firefighter / EMS / first responder in the year of 2022?
This guy.
This guy.
This guy right
I
here.
knew them. Ethan was always in our house. Dana was a good friend before Ethan even came up. But that's all I really want to talk about right now.
This guy.
I actually have class here in like 15 minutes.
Sigma Chi President Reed Offson says the fraternity is cooperating with the investigation. The fraternity is about half a block from the house where the murders happened.
Isn't that crazy, yo? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So that's why on the screen you see the post right there, and you see the little award pins, and you see, Mr. I just want to look at my phone and look away the whole time, and I'm being asked about, look. I'm going to look at the tree over there when Brian Netton's over here asking me a question. That's supposed to be your frat brother. That's supposed to be your frat brother. Right? Everybody talked. Everybody talked like, remember when 4 of them sat there and had an interview at the year anniversary? Everybody, he was one of the, he was one of the guys, and he was so popular, and everybody loved him, and he was so popular, and this is your fucking frat brother, Mr. President? This is right after your frat brother? Like right after your frat brother was brutally attacked along with his girlfriend and some sorority sisters across the street. But this was your frat brother. And you got anybody asking you whether you can share information or not, because I'm sure everybody told you to keep your fucking mouth shut. What's up, dude? 45. I'm sure everybody told you to keep your mouth shut, but at the same time, you got feelings, right? You're a human being. That's your frat brother. Your frat brother was attacked a couple blocks away. You don't know if they're coming to get you next, right? Maybe. So where's your concern on your face? Where's your concern to Brian Enton when he's asking you those questions? Instead of concern, you look away. Instead of concern, you try to seem distracted like your phone. You're trying to become distracted. That's why you look away, and that's why you look at your phone. People, think about it. That's your frat brother. As much as you aren't supposed to say nothing, you can't not have some compassion. To me, it looks like you got your hand caught in a cookie jar, bro, and you want to look at your phone and you want to look away. Because you know what? Usually people that look away and want to seem distracted, aren't they ones that usually are trying to hide something? In anything in life. In anything in life. In anything in life.
Friend before Ethan even came up. But that's all I really want to talk about right now because I actually have class here in like 15 minutes.
Sigma Chi President Reed Offson says the fraternity is cooperating with the investigation. The fraternity is about half a block from the house where the murders happened.
Does anyone know where they were during that timeline? Like, there's still this big chunk where...
As of right now, we've told Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, and the FBI all we know. We're kind of leaving it up to them to piece it together. Obviously, we don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in officers and the detectives doing it. But that's all I really know right now.
Are there any cameras around?
Not on the property.
Is there anybody messaging me? Let me see.
I knew them.
I knew them. That's your fucking frat brother. That's your frat brother. Chappie, it was staged for promotional photos. I'm sure they all got to take a picture in front of that fire. It was all promotion, you know. They don't have resources anyway, and I don't know why he's answering it like that. You know what I'm saying? That is very odd, Aaliyah. It is very odd. Why are you answering like we already know you don't have the resources, man. We weren't asking you about the investigation. Chappie. But this is your frat brother, right? I know that. I knew them. Ethan was always in the house. Zaina was a good friend before Ethan came up. Now, listen to him saying it, though. Listen to him saying it.
I knew them. Ethan was always in our house. Zaina was a good friend before Ethan even came up.
Really?
But that's all I really.
Yeah, that's all I want to get out of here. I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want anybody to look at me and go, "Oh shit, he said something." Right. I get it. You know, I know how it goes over there. I understand. But I mean, come on. Where's your emotion? This happened 2 blocks away. You remember Jeremy? You remember the interview with Jeremy? Jeremy had more emotion than this gentleman, and Jeremy wasn't looking around at the trees. Jeremy wasn't looking at his phone constantly. Jeremy was looking at the people that were asking him questions, and he was sitting there talking. Why do you want to seem so distracted? You know, and then I put out my second short ever. I put that out there earlier today. What's the best way to get rid of your DNA if your DNA is at a crime scene? Show up the next day to help. It's excluded. It's excluded. You show up the next day to help. You know your first responder shift starts at 7:30 in the morning. You commit the crime. You know nobody's going to be calling. You know nobody's going to be calling. You know, it's a college town, right? It's college house. Who in the fuck would be up at 7:30 in the morning if you're going to commit that crime and you have to start your shift at 7:30 in the morning? So if you're just hypothetical, you're a volunteer first responder, you know that your 12-hour shift from 7:30 in the morning till 7:30 at night starts at 7:30 in the morning. You commit the crime. You know that you're going to be on call when the call comes through. So there you go. You get to come back as help. And then your DNA, so whatever you touched, wherever you stepped, your footprints, all of that is going to be excluded because you're there to help. Then Ellie has no choice but to reach up for skin cells. Who's to say that the person that came back there as speculative first responder said, "Oh shit, that was my oh no, that footprint's gonna show." Hey, what's up, Bob? Yeah, just give me 1 second. Right off the floor. Right? Everybody's both in the other rooms. You're walking by, you're like, "Oh shit, I left a fucking footprint that's gonna incriminate me." Clean it up real quick. Stuff the napkin in your fucking pocket and go to one of the rooms. I don't know. It's crazy. Look at this one.
Idaho State Police and the FBI, all we know, we're kind of leaving it up to them. Obviously, we don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in the officers and the detectives doing it.
I bet that's what they told him. Listen, tell everybody. Like the whole stay vigilant, stay aware. How they always said, but Mr. Fry, how can the community know that they're safe if you don't have a suspect, Mr. Fry? Like what can you tell the community to tell them that's how you know they're going to be safe if you don't know who it is? We're going to keep that close to the vest. Just understand that the community doesn't need to worry, but stay vigilant, stay aware, continue to call in tips, continue to let us know if there's anything suspicious. The same fucking script, just like MPD. We'd rather have you spend it on beer than tickets, The same script. The same script. So this is another one. Listen, read. Hey, just tell them you don't have the resources, you don't have the manpower. You've told us everything that you could tell us, and you're leaving it up to us because we're the professionals. Just tell them that, okay, Reed? Okay, yes, sir.
Idaho State Police and the FBI, all we know.
What's up, Michelle? Cherry.
We don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in the officers and the detectives doing it. But that's all I really know right now.
Are there any cameras around?
Not on the property, no.
What's up, D?
You said Xana was a friend and Ethan was a member of the house? Or okay, got it.
What was your name again?
Reed.
Where's the concern? Xana was a good friend. Ethan lived there. Like, where's the emotion? Where's the concern? That's what I'm saying. We're not even. Listen, if you could be like, hey, did you steal the cookie? Did you steal the cookie? Right? Let me mute this so you don't. Read. Did you steal the cookie? Read. Did you steal? Read. Come on. Did you steal the cookie? Did you steal the cookie? Listen, I know there's a cookie. Did you steal the cookie? Read. Look at me. Did you steal the cookie? Did you just steal the cookie? Are you sure? You're sure? Did you steal it? No. Did you steal the cookie? Quit looking at your. See what I mean? If you apply stealing a cookie to it, it looks bad, don't it? Wait, I'm not even speculating anything else. I'm asking if you stole a cookie. It looks bad. It looks bad. No, I'm just Chappie. What I'm saying, I'm not even accusing him of committing a crime other than taking a cookie, and it looks bad. The actions, like where's your concern? This took place. Let me see. December 7th. This was a few weeks after the crime. This is when your frat brother was viciously attacked. This is also the same person that was a volunteer resident. In 2002 as well. What shifts were running when the crimes took place? Volunteers, students. That's who was working the shift. 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. and a 7:30 p.m. to a 7:30 a.m. They work 24 hours on the weekends, and they also work on the weekdays from 4:30 in the afternoon until 7:30 the next morning, and they even have a, quote, echo shift. They have crew bosses that are also student volunteers. They run the weekends. They run the weekends. They run the weeknights. They run the weekends. When does most shady shit happen? At night and on the weekends. When do the student volunteers work? At night, on the weekends. You have 195 calls on average per month. Where's your reports? You think MPD's not the only one that's not writing reports. They're not the only ones not writing reports. When you know how MPD is about showing up for calls and not... Where's all the, you had, hell, remember the private driver? The private driver's sitting there talking about how he's so nervous because of the crime and you might get robbed, and he don't know if he's going to have to take somebody to the hospital to get their stomach pumped. Remember? The first one, he said that in the first interview where, yeah, I didn't stop because of the crime. Right? The second time is when he said, yeah, like, you know, you never know, man. You might have to, like, you never know if you'll have to take these students to the hospital or something. Like, it's really that bad where you're like, when you're getting interviewed and you have to tell somebody that you're getting interviewed, the private driver says, yeah, I even have to worry about if I gotta take students to the hospital to get their stomach pumped. And you're going to tell me we don't see these reports from Moscow? 195 calls on average a month? 195 on average a month. And that means there's a lot more and there's less sometimes. It's an average. You get the middle. So it could spike at like what, 250? 150 to 250? It could spike up to, because it's an average. And look at this. He gets awards. Him and other people too. Davids. You know Davids. Shout out Kelly. He gets awards for taking such good care of his frat brothers after the tragedies too. Just like Demon Lady and all these other people sitting there holding up these awards going, I would have settled for balloons and confetti, but I'll stick with this. Well, fuck you too. Ungrateful. You get a damn award. Who cares? You get confetti or balloons, lady. This world doesn't revolve around you. It revolves around the damn sun. The fuck's wrong with you? No, not David the driver. The Davids. You know what Davids. But I was talking about the driver, talking about how he has to worry about, listen, if you have that many things going on campus where you got to worry about looking in the back seat to see if you need to take somebody to get their stomach pumped, and that's what you say to the frickin' reporter, well, then where's all those calls? If you're getting 195 on average, because you need to get a call volume in order to get that funding, right? So you got to have the calls. Just like Moscow PD, you gotta have the calls. You don't want to make it look bad, so you keep the negative bad calls to a minimum and you replace them with nonchalant, which keeps the funding up, and it's the same damn way with this. You got private drivers sitting there admitting how much of a problem it is with substances, but yet you don't see any of these reports. Somehow, University of Idaho is somehow number 6 on the most pleasant atmosphere for a college student. What the fuck? What? Because of the no reports. Tons of calls, because you need the funding. Tons of calls, EMS. Tons of calls, fire. Tons of calls, police. Reports? No reports, because no report is a good report. So why don't you see the reports that should have been taking place coming from the volunteer student residents when they were doing shit? Because it's just like MPD. They learn. They're all in it together. When you're all trying to... It's like this. It's like... Think about it like this. A Wall Street stockbroker, right? hey, James, guess what? Man, if you flip the stock like this, man, it's gonna go fucking nuts, and then all of a sudden your bonus is gonna be wild, dude. Try it out. And then they're like, all right, let me try it out. And then all of a sudden, damn, that's crazy, Andy. That's crazy. I mean, thanks for letting me know. I gotta tell yo, I gotta tell Alan about this. Hey, Alan, guess what? Yeah, if you do the stock like this, and then, dude, your bonus next month is gonna be. Oh, okay. That's how they do it. Hey, guess what? We gotta keep taking these calls. But when we're showing up for ODs and when we're showing up for suspicious stuff, we gotta, no report. But then they look like the good guys, right? Hey, guess what? Look, we're not going to bust you because it's all over the place. We're just glad that you're safe. We're not going to bust you. We know it's not going to look good. We know it's not going to look good for you, for your house, for your sorority. So look, it's just between us, okay? You look out for me, I look out. All right. Well, okay. Don't do it again. We'll see you next. Seriously, come on. Don't do it again. But listen, we don't. Okay, good. Hello? Funding. Who do you learn from? You learn from the people that show up for noise complaints, or even show up for rug dealers, or even show up for any of these other crimes. And then they show up and they say, person contacted, and then they say no report taken. What the hell? You're gonna go up to a person for suspicion of rug dealing and you're gonna no report taken? What? And that was right after, that was at 4:08 p.m. on November 13th, 2022. You run into a rug dealer because you got called about a rug dealer. You talk to the rug dealer, and then you put no report taken. At 4:08 p.m. on November 13th, 2022. Really? No report. Right there. What's up, Tiffany? 85. Thank you. No report. Same thing. No report. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. My head's killing me tonight. I'm sorry if I seem out of it, or it's killing me tonight. All right. So this is some good news. I want to say thank you to Caddy, and let me switch this up so we can get to the article screen here. So this is some good news about this University of Phoenix online University of Idaho collab that they got coming up, or trying to. Now, they need to have certain votes in place and accepted by a certain time period, but because of some other stuff going on, it looks like it's going to be delayed, and it's going to be real close to that date. So it's really interesting to see how this is unfolding, because back when we started covering this last November, this whole University of Phoenix online University of Idaho deal, it was instant shady. It's something that us as a community here has been really trying to promote, because we know how shady it is, and the only people that are going to get screwed is the community there, and we care about the community there, and that's why we discuss it. And back then when we were talking about it, and before that, he had even, in September of last year, he was even in front of the Senate, because the Senate reached out to him and asked him to, kind of like look again into the deal, because when the military backs out of it, it says something. And they tried to warn the University of Idaho about the deal, which is why I think that they probably warned all those other colleges that got close. What's up, Nefarious Ticket 60? I think they warned all those other colleges that backed out. I think they warned all of those colleges as well at the same time. And the other colleges looked at it again and said, yeah, they're bullshitting us. This is shady as hell. And that's why they all backed out. And I think that's what's taken place. It is shady as fuck. That's why I think it's taken place. And it's interesting because in the back then when we started covering it, man, up until December, it was a scary time because everything was rolling so quick. If you've been part of the community since then, you remember everything has been rolling so quick with that deal, like it was going to happen. And it even seemed like at some point that the deal was going to be done before February, which was when the final vote was supposed to take place. What's up, Sherry? Was November or February, I mean. What's up, Crime Solver? Oh, it's going to be, yeah, Home Depot, leasing land to Home Depot, Tiffany 92. Yeah, leasing land to Home Depot. The whole deal until then, up until the end of January, seemed like it was going to happen quick as shit and seemed like it was going to get passed. I was nervous as hell going into the new year because I was like, man, there's nothing we can do about it. We've been trying to put it out there as much as we can. And it's just not really being picked up, And which is unfortunate. Shout out to Kevin Reichert because he's been the local reporter that's been covering this deal and actually putting light to it. And that's how we came across it, because we watched him on a Idaho Reports episode way back in November of last year during my trip to Moscow. And when we played it, you could see like how much they didn't know and how much they were being promised and how much they were being bullshitted. And they were left with, that Christmas stocking full of crumpled paper, but trying to make you think it's Kit Kats and Hot Wheels, just like the PCA. So when it hit the end of January, then all of a sudden, because Reichert was putting out article after article after article after article, and all of a sudden now these state officials are starting to be like, I don't know. And I think that the Senate is probably pressuring. I honestly think that the Senate is probably pressuring some of those officials in Idaho to try and make sure that this thing gets delayed enough to where both parties have no choice. Not that they're going to block the deal, but I think they're going to try and delay it enough to where both parties end up going this way because they see what this deal's about. And University of Phoenix Online, you're the one that created this fucking bullshit in the first place. You should be left there to suffer with the bullshit too. You started the fire. Deal with the ashes. Deal with the ashes. So even though it's not done, it's a good sign, and it's been a good sign because, like I said, I thought this thing was going to get pushed through before February, even though the February date was coming up, because they were always sneaking in and getting it done early before any kind of backlash. And so now that it's beginning of March, that's awesome, because now it really does mean that something is taking place. Some of that pressure is being applied. And I hope this is a good sign that's going to show that in the future, this deal is going to fall apart, because the only thing it's going to do is open up another funnel of money for Mr. Green to do whatever the hell he wants with it at the expense of the nonprofit organization, the taxable and non-taxable bonds, and the community that already donate to a fucking healing garden over 800,000, and they just have pegs and yarn and little teeny flags in the fucking ground, and we're a year and a half after the crime. It's ridiculous. So it says here, and here's the link to the article. We're going to read through it here real quick. And then I'm going to show you some other stuff about this Sigma Chi shit. So here's the link to that. Tiff's in love with Koberger. Yeah, it's definitely slowing down. And it's a good thing because there for a while, I was like, man, they're going to push this through before February. Watch them sneak in at the end of January and do some shit to where it throws off the community again because they're not ready. Bristling over a closed door process and asserting they're saying a transformational transaction. That's a crazy combo. Transformational transaction. House members voted overwhelmingly to slow the University of Phoenix acquisition. Keep putting that pressure on. On a 49-21 vote, the House passed a resolution urging the State Board of Education to reconsider the $685 million Phoenix purchase. The resolution also gives legislative leadership the green light to take the issue to court. Wow, and it even tells you who voted what. Wow, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not blocking any of that. It even tells you who voted what. Yeah, he's been pushing it. Yeah, he's been awesome. Hold on one second. I want to give contribution call out to Stasia CM. Appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. And the members only playlist link will be dropping in chat from Nightbot here. So definitely hit that when it does. And we're going to be doing episode 8 for our members live. And man, it's getting good too. Tiffany. Yeah, that members live is getting good. There's the votes. That's crazy. It actually shows it. 49-21. That's good. The resolution and the specter of a lawsuit casts another foreboding cloud over the University of Idaho's planned Phoenix acquisition. Attorney General Raul Labrador is already taking the state board back to court. The Idaho Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in his open meetings lawsuit in June, which is good because the deadline for this deal right now is in May, the end of May. See, the dates are real close. A legislative lawsuit, while separate, could also bring the Phoenix bond issue to a grinding halt. University of Idaho and the state board officials have said they cannot issue bonds while the Phoenix purchase is mired in court, and with a non-binding May 31st opt-out date less than 3 months away, they have said the legal challenges could kill the deal. For their community. It's not a sock full of Kit Kats and Hot Wheels community over there. It's not. Tuesday's debate centered on the lawsuit threat, which appears in the final and strongest paragraph in the 3-page House Concurrent Resolution 26. Supporters said the legislature was left with no recourse. Representative Wendy Horman, Republican Idaho Falls, noted that the U of I and Phoenix already has a contract for sale. They do, but they still don't even have that nonprofit organization set up, people, and they were already supposed to vote this thing to go through a month ago, and they don't even have it ready. They're running into problems, and it's great. We can't pass legislation to impair the execution of that contract, she said. Opponents said lawmakers should not write a blank check for a taxpayer-funded lawsuit. were body capable of action, said Representative Britt Raybould, Republican Rexburg. I do not think our default position should be to go to the courts. Tuesday's House vote came more than 9 months after the state board approved the Phoenix purchase in a hastily called public meeting that left most legislators off guard because they only gave them 2 days warning and they only had 90 minutes to have a meeting before they had to make the vote because there was a non-disclosure agreement the whole time between the University of Idaho, which they blamed on the University of Phoenix, and the University of Phoenix non-disclosure, which they blamed on the University of Idaho. Plausible deniability, you don't have to answer it when you can keep blaming it on the other guy. That's why the deal was so secret until 2 days before they needed a final vote. And then they said, hey, guess what, everybody? It's Wednesday afternoon and we need a vote Friday afternoon. And here's this deal that we've been working on this whole time. We need a vote by Friday afternoon. And then what they had to do is spend all day Thursday trying to get everybody together to try and have this vote and meeting at the last minute and to try and go through all the shit that they were just slammed with that they had to go through. And then they only had enough time to meet because they all have schedules. So they had to cancel shit just to be able to meet for 90 fucking minutes to try and come up with a vote. It's horrible. During Tuesday's floor debate, some lawmakers did nothing to hide their displeasure. Good. Because, it's not just us. House State Affairs Committee Chairman Brent Crane, a co-sponsor of the resolution, chided U of I President C. Scott Green. During committee meetings last week, Green repeatedly said there was no political mechanism for the U of I to give legislatures advance word about the purchase. Yeah, there was. I have a cell phone and I have a laptop, said Crane, representative Republican of Nampa. This guy right here. He said, I have a cell phone and a laptop, Mr. Green. Plausible deniability. Republican Barbara Edhart said she listened to last week's hearings and said lawmakers were given a series of evasive answers. We owe this to our taxpayers, damn straight. But Republican Lori McCann accused her colleagues of meddling in an established process which allows colleagues in universities to craft policy by going through the state board, which is what they did. It was all secret. That's why the Labrador is trying to get some fucking lawsuits because they shouldn't have done it. McCann Lewiston represents the U of I campus, and she says she went directly to Green for answers about Phoenix. McCann said she is convinced Phoenix will protect the U of I from a demographic cliff, a steep looming drop in traditional college-age students. Right, and you know why they want to protect the University of Idaho? You know why they both have non-disclosures? Because the University of Idaho is getting the deal at the fucking bare minimum, and the University of Phoenix is finally they're dealing with somebody that's just as shady as them. Before they were dealing with all these other colleges that weren't shady. They're dealing with a shady fucking college. And look, they're like, yo, we're the same fucking feather, bro. We need to protect each other. I believe the University of Idaho is thinking outside the box. Whatever. We had hoped for a different outcome today in the House. I bet you did. However, the board has been and is willing to cooperate with the legislature as it considers matters related to the proposed affiliation between the University of Idaho and the University of Phoenix. The resolution now heads to the Senate. And guess who reached out to Mr. Green last September and said, Mr. Green, I don't think you want to do this, Mr. Green. The Senate. So if you want to read more, I mean, it goes on and on talking about all these other bills and stuff too. Again, here is the link. Good news. That's good news. I need to take me a couple sips. What's up, Leslie Billy, 63? It's good. And it sounds like it's going to happen. It sounds like it's going to the Senate. Like I said it before we started reading this, I believe they're just trying to get everything. They know they can't block it. But they know how to play it. They know how to play it. It's like chess. It's like, okay, they're getting to the final pieces and they're like, all right, I'm going to put my piece here, and then they're going to think that I'm going to do this for my next move, but really I think they're going to move here because I put my piece here, which then will allow me to move my piece over here, and then they'll get confused because they'll be like, wait a minute, I thought he was going to move that piece here. So then they get confused, and then their plan doesn't work out, so then they end up putting a move over here, and next thing you know, it opens up a piece they didn't even realize that I opened up that could travel all the way over there and knock that motherfucker out. And that's what they're doing. We're going to stall this thing and make sure that the deal falls apart. We can't block it, but we're going to stall it out. New debt relief for scam University of Phoenix students heightens peril of Idaho deal. Here's another link for you. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the mods, the community, everybody. It's a community freeze. That's why I made it a new screen. It's community freeze. Ain't that nuts? Now, this is what doesn't make sense. You're going to buy this deal. That fake ass picture. You're going to buy this. You're going to buy this. And yet you have a pending $149 million lawsuit that's coming. You got other lawsuits that are coming. Why wouldn't they? Because look, University of Phoenix is still having students enrolled. They're still suckering people. And then they're having to have lawsuits in the future. You're buying something that, well, I should say not you. Taxable and non-taxable bonds are paying for this acquisition. When that same amount of money is going to come out in lawsuits within the next couple years, why would you buy a car if you know, why would you buy a car for $20,000? Let's $685 million. If you say you buy a car for $685 million, and you and you look at the paperwork, it's a used car. It's a used car. You look at the paperwork and you're like, damn, this has been taken to the shop a lot. There's a lot of repairs here. Some expensive repairs too. And you see the value of the car go from 600,000 enrollment down to 80,000 enrollment. And you're going, damn, this car's been in the shop a lot. The value of the parts inside is just dropping like crazy. And that car's 685. Okay. And okay. And then the way that it looks, if I'm doing a projected figure based off of what has already been awarded in the past when it came to these car bills, and what I might be paying in the future. So you're telling me I'm going to buy a car for $685 million, and then within a couple years, I'm going to have to pay that much out in repairs. What the fuck kind of car? They call that a lemon. They call that a lemon. It makes no sense. 685. This is 37 million in student debt cancellation for 1,200 former students. It's not gonna stop. I don't understand why they're allowing this. All right, now here's something crazy. I mean, we already know it's a scam. Check out that link. And if you don't have it, if it's not in, it'll be in the info drop, I believe, for you guys. If you ain't able to get it, but I will share the link to that previous article. That way you can read it if you do want to read it, if you're not part of the Discord. If you do want to read it, but it's just something to highlight. You already know what it says. Look at this. Foundation awards $463,300 in academic scholarships. More than 300 individuals recognized with awards for the 2023 to 2024 academic year. $463,000 in scholarships. Now, we were having a conversation earlier, and we were like, we were talking about what would make when you look at this, University of Idaho is rated like 6 for atmosphere for college students. Low bad calls, high funding. But you got to have that call volume. It was like, how in the hell? There's got to be some other reason. Because, look, if you're sitting down with your children, right? And they're talking about different colleges. You're talking about different colleges, and your children are talking to you, and they're like, yeah, I got this. I'd like to go here, 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 and here. And one of them is the University of Idaho, and you're like, honey, are you sure you want to go? Are you sure? Now, when it comes down to it, it's because it's number 6. So when it comes down to it, it's like, what? I don't know. I would be like, why don't you go to Chicago? Why don't you go to, to Orlando or, wherever? Why what? There's got to be a reason why they're able to have the record attendance, and it's got to be expensive, especially if you're not from there, right? Because you know how much they want to keep their tradition of Idahoians and Idahoian. So it was like, there's only one thing that can really motivate. There's only one thing that can really motivate a parent to be like, yeah, go to that one. It's because there's got to be some huge financial benefit. Because why would a parent overlook the foolery? Even the body can't, if you have a daughter, even the body cam activity where the officers are telling the dude that she's walking with, yeah, don't worry about it, we'll make sure she gets home. And then they let her walk away down a dark street intoxicated. where she can't even walk straight, and then she turns around the corner and we don't even know what happened to that poor soul? Walking down the street in the middle of the night by herself, intoxicated, when they told the guy she was walking with that was probably walking her home because she was intoxicated. And you're going to let her, after it's done, you're just going to let her walk away. And I'm sorry, I'd be like, can we rethink this, please? I don't want, listen, if they're going to do that to you, you know how upset I would be if I was the father of that girl in that body cam? For real. Think about that girl in that body cam that I'm talking about. Where the guy and the girl walk up, he's like, hey, you're of age. Don't worry. We'll make sure she gets home safe. And then they talk to her and they give her a ticket. Their underage alcohol busting program, undercover shit. I know, me too, crime solver, because we never knew. Remember? She walked away and then turned left right around that fence. She walked down the street and there was the fence on the left side, and she turned left around the fence, and we never knew. We just knew it was dark as shit. But I'm telling you right now, if I was her father, I'd be fucking raising hell. I'd be raising hell. So what would make a parent overlook that kind of shit? I'm not even talking about the crime that took place. I'm just talking about shit on the body camera. I've always wondered what happened to that poor girl, for real, because I'm like, damn, how in the hell? Like, dude, if it's one thing, listen, it's one thing if it's a dude intoxicated, you know what I mean? It's one thing, but man, you let a fucking female walk down a dark street by herself intoxicated? What the fuck is wrong with you? There's no way. There's no way as a father that I'd be like, yeah, I want you to go exist where that fucking takes place at a college. Fuck that. Fuck that. So what is the biggest motivation for a father, right? What is the biggest motivation for a father to then say, you know what, go ahead and go there? A humongous financial reason. Humongous financial reason. And it's not just this right here. This is just something. $463 in academic scholarships? What'd you do? Pay for the whole fucking frat? Like, for real. If you become a frat, does that mean that your college is free or heavily discounted? You got to sign up with a frat first. You get good with a frat. Is that why they're... got to have that rush. Part of a frat or a sorority, oh, you get big discounts, right? That is true, Amy. That is true. How many more are like this too that we don't know about? But you know what? It's probably those ones that are tucked away off into the middle of nowhere like this one. Because I don't know if you guys remember when we came out with it that the only reason the University of Idaho exists is because when Idaho was trying to form as a state, they were going to lose the panhandle to Washington or Montana. And so in order for Idaho to keep the panhandle before they even became a state, 3 years before they became a state, before Idaho became a state, 3 years before, the University of Idaho was created for the sole purpose of making sure that they could keep the panhandle, because if they had a university up there, that meant they got to keep the land because it had a vested interest in the region. Otherwise, no university, no panhandle. How does a University of Idaho even get created when Idaho didn't exist yet? That's my question. How does that happen? Yes, do emergency numbers go to the volunteers on the weekends? Yes. They work, and also the weeknights. They work from 4:30 in the afternoon on the weekdays until 7:30 in the morning. On the weekends, 24 hours, 12-hour shifts. It's voted 6th in the best college atmosphere. And how in the hell did that take place? How are they number 6? Oh, it's crazy. And then you talk about the subleases. Think of the subleases alone. You don't have to keep track of, like, you could be freaking having money circulating all over the place. You could be having money circulating all over the place with these subleases, because they don't even, this person subleasing it to this person that's actually subleasing it to this person, and there's the only paper trail, the only record trail goes with the fucking subleases. It doesn't all go back to the house mom or whatever. The house mom just knows of the fucking leases because it's up to the leases to come up with their fucking shit. Oh, 1 second. Contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. Nicola Moody gifted a membership detective. Just got one. Cool. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nicola. Hope you're doing good. Nina 77. Thank you. All right. 1 second here. Let me see if there's any documents. See if they dropped any. It's late enough if they did. Nope, no new documents, because sometimes they do that in between the show. So this is interesting. I don't know who in the hell this is, but this was on December 1st of 2022. And this is kind of interesting because it goes along with the topic that we've been talking about too. My two daughters were on scene because they both were volunteers with the Moscow Fire Department and ambulance company. So when it comes to their shifts, give me 1 second. There's so many links. Where's that one at? Right here. right there. 24-hour weekends. 24 hours. Oh, thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. They cover 4:30. 4:30 in the afternoon is when they start. To 7:30 in the morning on the weekdays. When's most of the sketchy activity that you want to keep bad calls at a minimum? Those hours. And then they cover the weekends. So imagine if you had not the Moscow PD. Imagine if you had training, volunteers in training, volunteers that are students showing up to student frat parties, okay? Right? So instead of it being an EMS volunteer, imagine it being a volunteer officer. So a volunteer officer shows up to a frat party and the student is in a frat, right? And that student shows up and it's a Sigma Chi. Do you not think they're going to be like, yo, we need to keep this OD on the low? We just need to mark it here. Well, because it would listen, it was just called in for somebody that was unconscious, okay? It was just called in for somebody that was unconscious. And we're not even going to tell him about the Narcan. We're just going to say that we gave the Narcan to him for safety. We're not going to say that we used it. We're just going to say we gave a Narcan away. And we're going to label it as dehydration. We're going to label it as dehydration. The patient was dehydrated. See what I'm saying? You show up. Okay, we showed up for unconscious. They were having an OD. We saved them from it. We're just going to mark down that we gave away that Narcan and the patient was suffering from heat exhaustion and we're good to go. All right, don't say nothing. We won't say nothing. It doesn't look bad on you. It don't look bad on. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't really write reports. I'm just a volunteer. Yeah, how to get around the proper. Exactly. That's why all these Ponzi schemes work. You know what I mean? They get these pyramids, right? The Ponzi schemes. They get these pyramids and they set it up. And, you know, the higher you are, the more you know about the shady shit. You know, and then you know, the shady shit's working. The shady shit's working. It's everybody patting each other on the back. Everybody patting each other on the back. It's that shady shit. All right. I wanted to share this with you guys because this is something we did a while ago, and I know there's been a lot of conversation about President Green's book and a lot of the things that were in it. If you didn't get to see that video from back then, shout out Aaliyah. She actually got the book for the community, and I read that chapter 43 of the President's Handbook when it comes to the crime that took place in Moscow there. Definitely check that out. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, shoot. I just had this. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I feel like I have a migraine coming. I tried to sleep some of it. Now, this is what's kind of scary is that the House is approving a resolution aiming at the University of Idaho Phoenix deal. So I'm going to play that real quick here.
Resolution that could lead to a lawsuit against the University of Idaho's plan to purchase the University of Phoenix. That resolution is now head to the Idaho Senate. Jude Binkley joins us in studio now to explain how this resolution could put a pin in the university's plans. Jude?
Well, Joe, House Concurrent Resolution 26 would ask the State Board of Education to reconsider its planned $550 million purchase of the online for-profit university. It also asked the State Board to hold off from buying the University of Phoenix unless the legislature passes a law to allow the purchase. Now, as part of the planned deal, U of I would create a nonprofit to oversee the University of Phoenix. And that's what caused a lot of concern for legislators, whether or not U of I has the authority to create that nonprofit. Resolution supporters say that there are no state laws that would allow the public to access the nonprofit's records, have open board meetings, or audit the nonprofit, unlike how laws work with public universities.
This resolution is about process, and it is about the issue of whether the state of Idaho should become responsible for a private company that has 80,000 students in 50 states and 60 foreign countries. It is about should the state of Idaho become responsible for a private for-profit company that has baggage. The state board should have a full public hearing, full public discussion, and thoroughly evaluate this.
When university presidents go to JFAC and ask for funding, what have they been told over the last several years but to think outside the box? They are not going to get all the funding that they're asking. The University of Idaho thinks outside the box, and now you want to cut their legs off because they followed the process that the law provides. And that, in my opinion, folks, is an opportunity for this legislature and the state of Idaho to be sued by the University of Idaho for us meddling in their business.
Ain't that crazy?
Opposed to the resolution say the university
meddling in their business. Like, what the fuck?
They did what they were required to do by going to the state board, and that it's inappropriate to change the process in the middle of the purchase. Now, if passed, the resolution would allow the Speaker of the House and President Pro Tem of the Senate to take legal action against U of I for the purchase.
Isn't that crazy? Shit's just done different. Look at that beautiful. Man, that's beautiful. Look at that. That is beautiful. Oh, I remember. It's so beautiful there, everybody. Like, seriously, when I was there, like, and I'm not one for cold, and I can imagine how cold it would be up there. But man, I tell you, when I was there, the beauty, no matter where you turned your head, the beauty. I had to talk myself out of wanting to move out there. and I'm not into the cold. I had to talk myself out multiple times, like, bro, don't move. No, you don't want to move there. You don't want to move there. And I'd be like, man, look at this. Oh, this is so amazing. This is so nope, you don't want it. Nope, don't even entertain it, man. Don't even entertain it. Stop thinking about it. Quit thinking about it. Then you'll end up moving. Quit thinking about it. All right. It's so beautiful up there, though. All right, so let me see here. What else do we got? Now, this is I'm gonna play a couple videos here. Actually, hold on. There's some photos I wanted to share. Yes, here we go. Is this the other one? Yes. Okay. I got to share this real quick with you guys before we switch. I know I'm gonna butcher the name. What's up, Soulshine? Good evening. What's up, Pammy B? Beauty and the Beast. She must be getting some kind of kick. They all do. They take care of each other. That's why it's all like that. I mean, look at this. Everybody gets fucking awards and ranks up and doesn't. Like, how are all these people ranking up and getting all these damn awards? And you got Demon Lady being a volunteer award. I mean, I'll show you some of that too. It's ridiculous. She's more worried about balloons and confetti than getting the damn plaque. And it's like, be thankful for what the fuck you have, lady. Gosh, the energy, you know, it's a gift. You're supposed to appreciate whatever the fuck it is. Gosh. You know, I wish I could have a fucking Dodge Viper sitting in my driveway, but I can't. It just ain't happening, all right? I would love to get out there and hear a Dodge Viper purr, but I don't. I don't. Reed Ofston has had an overwhelmingly positive impact on his chapter at the University of Idaho and provided the broader interfraternity council community with a model of what is truly meant to be a fraternity man and leader at hold on one second, I have to put this up there. We have to put that up there. And let's shift this over here. Hold on. Let's do a little bit of quick editing here. Let's shift this right there. There we go. You get to see all of it. You get to see all of it. All right. Reed Ofstrand has had an overwhelmingly positive impact on his chapter at the University of Idaho and provided the broader interfraternity council community with a model of what it truly means to be a fraternity man and leader as a chapter president. After the tragedy struck, Reed worked through his own personal grief to empower those around him. Through his support during this difficult time, the chapter has continued to achieve excellence. The chapter raised more than $24,000 for their philanthropy while maintaining a 3.38 GPA. Reed has led with unmatched empathy and integrity while guiding his chapter and being a role model for the community. What's up, Rosie? What's up, Shonda? Ain't this crazy? And listen, come on now. After the tragedy, Reed worked through his own personal grief to empower those around him through his support during this difficult time. Reed led with unmatched empathy and integrity while guiding his chapter and being a role model for the community. And this is the same. Okay, so hold on a minute. So you're going to tell me the dude that has all this empathy and has all this care and concern and has all this compassion to lead the community, like they say, this is what that is. This is
President Reed Ofson says the fraternity is.
This is what that is.
I knew them. Ethan was always in our house. Dana was a good friend before Ethan even came up. But that's all I really want to talk about right now because I actually have class here in like 15 minutes.
Sigma Chi President Reed Ofson says the fraternity is cooperating with the investigation. The fraternity is about half a block from the house where the murders happened.
Does anyone know where they were during that timeline? Like, there's still this big chunk where...
As of right now, we've told Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, and the FBI all we know. We're kind of leaving it up to them to piece it together. Obviously, we don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in officers at hand and the detectives doing it. But that's all I really know right now.
Are there any cameras around?
Not Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, and the FBI. All we know. We're kind of leaving it up.
That's a lot of concern.
Obviously, we don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in the officers at hand and the detectives doing it. But that's all I really know right now.
Are there any cameras around?
They just asked them the same question again. That's a lot of concern. That's a lot of empathy. That's a lot of damn. This was a really good friend of yours. Zayna was a good friend of yours. Ethan was a frat brother that was always at the house. Where's the empathy? Where's what do you, a role model? Oh, what's up, Good Vibes, Ticket 81? The role model that knows how to keep their fucking mouth shut. That one. The role model that knows how to keep their mouth shut. Oh, okay. 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 Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Screen share. Switch. I wish I could just hit a button for this. Here's this. Here's this. Oh, we got to put that back up there. There we go. Austin has also served the Gamma Eta as risk manager. An IFC representative attended Horizons Huntsman's Leadership Summit and is given back on campus as a recruitment specialist and is an active member of various other clubs on campus, including the University of Idaho Bass Club. Post-graduation, he plans to work for a military-connected organization such as the Department of Defense or Homeland Security to better improve the military weapons system and equipment of American servicemen and women. What the fuck? What the hell? It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. And if you're just coming in and you didn't see this earlier, also a first responder, also a student volunteer first responder in 2022. That's why that pick comes up there, because that's the first responder pick. Almost Friday. That's the first responder pick. This shit's wild. This shit's wild. Oh, hell no. So, let me see. If you want to call, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Do you remember there was a leak photo of someone with this? Yeah, I remember that. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to, you know what? I don't know how you'd be able to tell. I remember that photo though. That was a creepy photo, Crime Solver. Gosh, when was that? That was like, wait, what? December of 22, Crime Solver? Is that when it was? Oh my gosh, that was a creepy fucking picture though. What's up, Sandra? Ticket 83. Yeah, you do what you're told. I don't know. Listen, this whole time for the last year and a half. This whole time for a year and a half, we've sat here and we've thought that the no calls, no reports, I shouldn't say no calls, because they have to have the calls to get the funding. They just have to make sure they're not bad calls so they get more funding and they get more awards. So, when it comes to the last year and a half, even me, the whole time, I've sat there and just thought the no reports was from the PD. No, people. No. It's from who, again, let me switch over to it. Again, who works the shift? Weekends, 24 hours from 7:30 in the morning until 7:30 in the morning. They cover it. That's 24 hours. They cover the weeknights and the weekends. Anytime, most of the time, when bad calls are going to be coming when it comes to campus activity. And we just brought it up last night that there's another university out there, University of Maryland, that suspended all their fraternities and sororities from any parties because of the substance problems. How in the hell? Well, guess what? Just like I said earlier. Well, we showed up for unconscious. We really had to give them some Narcan because they were having an OD, but instead we're going to write it down that we gave the Narcan away and that they just had heat exhaustion. Nobody gets in trouble. Nobody gets kicked out of their frat house, their sorority house. Nobody gets the frat or sorority on suspension. Nobody has to deal with any of the other backlash. And then guess what? The university gets to say, yeah, we're number 6. We're number 6 on the atmosphere for college students. Enjoyment. Really? Number 6. Why is that? Because they take into account the bad calls. I bet you. Hold on 1 second. Good vibes contribution call out. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Let's see who got it. Thank you so much. Sandra. Appreciate that, good vibes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm still working on trying to get some kind of screen for you guys for that, but I'm having a hard time getting that one made. But I have something made. It just, I don't want to cut off anybody talking. Star Ticket 85, thank you. I did make this cool thing, though, just a couple days, if we have some crazy shit about to come.
The following program contains graphic images. Viewer discretion is advised.
Just a little warning to give everybody in case we get into something crazy. But I need to make something for like I want to make something for the contribution call out, so I just don't want it to interrupt what we're talking about, because if I do something like that, then it mutes everybody and nobody said, and then we might be in the middle of something, whatever. So I want some kind of animation that comes on the screen, but we can still talk, and I'm still running into that kind of issue, but we'll get it. All right, let me see here. What else do we got to share? I don't know. We'll be getting more into this. We'll be getting more into that round of characters. There's more to it. Let me see. This one. Oh, here's something else here. Special awards. Look at this. $10,000 award, scholarship recipient, $463,000 for Sigma Chi scholarships. Basically paid for everybody. If you're a frat or sorority member, you might even get to go to college for free. Who knows, right? Shit. Yeah, why is it the best college experience? Because the student has more money, because all that fucking it's scholarships, it's donations, it's somebody else's money. They don't have to worry about it, so they can have pizza. A major in mechanical engineering, Austin holds a 3.71. Damn, it dropped, bro. It dropped 9 points. Damn. GPA entering his senior year along with his academic success, having obtained the Dean's List on 4 occasions. Wow. Was recommended by the University of Idaho's Director of Fraternity and Sorority Life, Nick O'Neill, for his leadership across the school's fraternity, sorority community, and within the Gamma Eta chapter following the tragic events in Moscow, Idaho last November. Yeah, because you toe the line, right? You toe the line, so you're going to be liked. You toe it. That's why you get to rank up. Nick O'Neill. We'll have to check out more of Nick O'Neill. University of Idaho's Director of Fraternity and Sorority Life. Oh boy. I bet you. What the fuck? I don't know. There's something about that. Nick O'Neill. Nick O'Neill. It's always following these tragic events. The dude's ranking up. You guys remember that movie Backdraft? You guys remember that movie Backdraft? The movie Backdraft was that early 90s, I think it was. The movie Backdraft. And they had these firefighters. These firefighters were going out and starting these fires. Okay. They were starting these fires. They were getting all this. It is a great movie, Sandra. Very good movie. Starting all these fires, and they knew how to start them, and they were sneaky, and they knew how to get away with it to make it look like a real fire. But the crazy thing is they were the ones not only getting the funding and getting the donations, but they were also getting the recognition and awards. They were also Backdraft, typically unique. The movie Backdraft. They were the ones starting the fires. They were the ones committing the crimes. People were passing away during some of them. And they were sneaky about it because they got to control everything that took place. They not only got to commit the crime, but also be the people that would first respond to it and also control it, right? And then they got to look like they were these huge, the awards and the love from the community and the camaraderie and the cheers and the beers and the celebrations and the great times because they were heroes. They were fucking heroes. They were heroes that had leadership during times of tragic events. And they got all the accolades from it. Oh, it's not about proving. I'm not saying it was inside. I'm not saying that at all. There's something. There's something. Who knows? Maybe, who knows, Nina? Maybe somebody that knows something, knew how to control something. I'm not saying anybody did anything. What I am saying is there's a reason for people to have a vested interest in shutting the fuck up. And there's an invested interest in these individuals saying what they're told to be said. Come on, you read all these things about the empathy and how good friends they were and all these other things, but then you're watching these interviews and you're like, where's the empathy? This is your frat brother. Like, this just happened recently. Where's you're not even concerned. You're concerned about your phone. You're not concerned about I don't know. If I had a reporter and this was a couple weeks after the crime and I had a reporter showing up to talk to me and it was one of my friends, my frat brother and a good friend that was this crime happened to, and then a couple of their friends too, I probably ran into. I'm not gonna be emotional about it. It seems that way. Where was it at? We were having a conversation earlier. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. No, it's... Let me see. Okay, here's an example. Shout out Kelly Miller. Here's an example, okay? Let's see, how much does it show up if I zoom? Man, it zooms so... How do I, make it not zoom as much? Oh my gosh, this... Okay. All right, so here's the difference. Am I blocking it or what? I am. Hold on a minute. I got to flip me over to the other side. I don't know why it's zooming up this big. There's the difference, people. Look at that. Yeah, you probably want to live there, right? Now, this is the new year, okay? Here's the new year. So this is for 2022 to 2023. It dropped a little bit because they need enrollment to be up. Isn't that a crazy difference? So the year that they were going to school, it was 8,300, 27,000 out of state. Now, in order to be considered, hold on one second. Okay, how do I claim residency in Ohio? Or Idaho. Okay, hold on. I gotta get rid of hold on. I gotta get rid of me so you can see the whole thing. All right, there you go. So yeah, does anybody know when you're opening something from Discord how you can adjust the zoom on it? Is there a way to do that? Let me know. You are an Idaho resident if you are domiciled in Idaho for the entire year, or you keep a home in Idaho and spend more than 270 days in the state. You are also an Idaho resident if you live outside of the state but think of Idaho as your permanent home. You are also an Idaho resident if you, quote, live outside of the state but think of Idaho as your permanent home. So when you're going to consider Idaho a permanent home, that's probably why they ask you, how long do you plan on staying in Idaho? What kind of question is that? I'm just trying to fucking apply. Why do you need to know? I don't know where how I'm supposed to know where I'm at in 5 years, you know? It's called life. Things happen. I don't fucking know. If you think I think I'm rich. Oh my gosh, look at all this money falling all over them. Right? I think I'm rich. Oh cool, I'm rich. If you think Idaho as your permanent home, you are also considered an Idaho resident. So if you walk into the college and you say, yeah, I plan on living in Idaho for the rest of my life. Guess what? Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Isn't that crazy, the difference, though? So this is the new one. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Milla. Let me see here. Crazy a difference, though. Now, it's not too bad. I mean, $8,000 ain't that bad. 27? Shit. 8,000 ain't that bad. 27? I don't know about that. That seems kind of steep. Let me see here. Let's get to what are we getting to get to? There was something I wanted to play with you guys. Yes. Now, I want to get to there was an episode of Surviving the Survivor, and they were talking about the trial, when do they think the trial will begin, and also the change of venue. Is it going to be coming? I love Surviving the Survivor. We're going to sit back and watch that. We'll discuss that too. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome. The number's up there. Let me know in chat if you do as well. And also, let me see. There was something else I was going to play for you guys. I wanted to play this. So this is a fresh note, old note that I wanted to play a while back. And this is 5 people who knew Brian Koberger. But before we get to that, because it's always fun having those fresh notes, old notes, and sometimes you just talk shit and make fun of it. But first, we're going to check out Surviving the Survivor. So we'll be, if you do have any more stuff on that, go ahead and drop it in the chat. and we'll go ahead and cover it while we're checking out this episode. But I wanted to watch this with you guys and see what you guys think about when you think the trial's going to begin. And do you think that they're going to allow or go for a change of venue? I don't know why they wouldn't, and I hope they would. But unfortunately, they're trying to not let that happen. And Thompson argues for it. So I don't understand why it's such a sticky situation, according to the judge, when in actuality it's not that hard to understand that you probably do need to change it, because what happens if it goes more than 7 months? Or more than 2 months, then you're going to be screwed. It's just, they just need to move it. So it's going to be interesting to hear what they have to say. And I love this. I love this podcast. And I don't mess up their name anymore either. Surviving the Survivor.
Welcome to a live episode of Surviving the Survivor.
All right, let's go full screen. Let me know what you think. What do you think the trial's going to be? And do you think the change of venue is coming?
What's up, STS Nation, and welcome to another episode of Surviving the Survivor, the podcast that promises to bring you the very best guests in all of true crime. And today, a massive, one of the arguably the biggest in the country, true crime story that we have not covered for a while because there hasn't been a ton of news, but now some things are funneling out of Idaho in regards to Brian Kohberger. No decision. He was back in the courtroom this week on Wednesday, yesterday, but no decision was made to set a trial date for Brian Kohberger. Of course, he is suspected of murdering those 4 young, beautiful students with their lives ahead of them. A hearing is now going to be held in May to determine whether to move the proceedings elsewhere. So you've got a trial date and a change of venue. There was some anticipation that they would decide on those things at yesterday's hearing, but no go. Kohberger, of course, was back in court in front of John Judge. Judge John Judge. That is very hard to say.
It's okay, buddy. I do it all the fucking time. Like, Judge John, yeah.
Judge Judge said a May 14th hearing, as I said, to sort of figure out, do they or don't they have to move this venue, the jurors, and move the whole trial elsewhere, and we will get the best guest take on that. Meanwhile, a man who has been very busy over the last couple of days, Kevin Fixler. He is an investigative reporter with the Idaho Statesman. He was named Reporter of the Year in Idaho, in large part because of a lot of the work he has done related to Brian Kohberger. And I don't know if you heard this or not, but there was a...
So that's the guy. I'm sorry, I butchered his last name. How do you say it? Richter? Because he's been doing a lot of work for that. And thanks to him, he's the one that keeps putting the real shit out there.
Take on that. Meanwhile, a man who has been very busy over the last couple of days, Kevin Fixler. He is an investigative reporter with the Idaho Statesman.
Fixter, that's a different name. Hold on. I say JJ. I should. JJJ. Kevin Fixler, investigative reporter for the Idaho Statesman. I didn't know they had an investigative reporter. Hold on a minute. Kevin Fixler? Whoa. I'm thinking of Kevin Reichert. Kevin Fixler. Whoa, we need to look up some of these reports here. We're going to get into this tomorrow night. I'm going to check out some of this stuff tonight. Here's the investigative reporter for the Idaho Statesman. Let's I need to read I need to get to reading up. Yeah, it's a different guy. I need to get to reading up on his articles. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so he joins the show. Awesome.
He was named Reporter of the Year in Idaho in large part because of a lot of the work he has done related to Brian Koberger. And,
Really?
I don't know if you heard this or not, but there was
Okay.
a botched execution yesterday in the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
And Kevin Fixler was covering that story. So we'll talk about that as well. And he also wrote extensively about how specifically
Joanne?
investigative genetic genealogy can really shape the future of this particular trial, but also all trials, all cases involving.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember he came out with that about the because we covered that, the botched. Oh my gosh, that's when I was like talking about the I was talking about the failures of the lethal injections with the IV, and then the shit happened. That's right. Okay, it was that guy.
IgG, which is investigative genetic genealogy. So we'll talk about that as well. Jean Fisher, notably, she retired after 33 years of service at the Ada County Prosecutor's Office. She started basically right out of law school, was involved in the sexual assault unit, and is a voice of reason, especially when it comes to the machinations of prosecutors all around this country. Last but certainly not least, Tara Malik. I like the background. I'm just noticing it because it was so chaotic. It looks very Idaho cabin-esque. Tara is an Idaho licensed attorney practicing in both state and federal court in business and commercial litigation. She has experience in both civil and criminal law. Of course, every time we start these, and I am looking for my questions there, it is important to remember, of course, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, who were best friends, and then, of course, Zana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, who were boyfriend and girlfriend, their lives taken way too soon. Jean Fisher, you're the longstanding prosecutor. There was all this anticipation. There'll be a trial date. By the way, I'm supposed to shout out Daddy Shortnuts. Daddy Shortnuts. He wrote us an email about the derivation of his name. It's not what you think. His little son gave it to him. And he's been watching the show, and thank him for being on here. I like the hat, Joel. This was not intentional, just a super busy day on my end. By the way, Carm and I, we started recording. It's a whole Miami story. I found out about this place, didn't know if it was legit. They were telling me to Zelle money. I'm like, I'm not zelling money to a place. Show up there. It's like the nicest recording studio in the middle of nowhere in a warehouse.
I'll be on for probably another hour and a half or so, something like that. I'll be on.
Recording studio. And there was a smell of marijuana. I'm not going to lie. A very thick, pungent smell of marijuana. Didn't faze Carm in the least. We got through 40 pages of the book. There's like two allegedly did it with her now estranged new husband. He's in a suit, looking.
Trying to not taint the potential jury pool, but this is very unusual.
He's in a suit, looking respectable. Is that SOP in Idaho, or if you're being detained? Jean shaking her head no, but Tara, what's up with that?
It's very unusual. That's not how things usually operate. I think, early on, a lot of us were kind of talking in the background, attorneys, and that's not been our experience. One hypothesis is because that it is, portions of this have been televised, the pretrial motion kind of practice back and forth, the discovery motion practice back and forth, that maybe they're trying to not taint the potential jury pool, but this is very unusual.
I don't know what case they're talking about. It says when will the trial begin and change of venue, and I don't see timestamps where they got the change of topic, so I'm not sure what case.
After his first court appearance where he was in a jumpsuit, after that it was all suits from there on.
Okay.
Fix, I'm gonna not throw you under the bus, but give you the harder thing to answer here, because it's
trying to not taint the potential jury pool, but this is very unusual. Normally they're coming in jumpsuits. So surprised to see him in a suit still, but that's been pretty consistent. I think after his first court appearance where he was in a jumpsuit, after that it was all suits from there on.
She's surprised to still see him in a suit.
I'm gonna not throw you under the bus, but give you the harder thing to answer here because it's a little political or critical in nature. NJ Elaine, weak judge, followed by Michelle, who says Judge seems easily swayed by the defense. I remember at the beginning he got all the names of the victims.
Easily swayed by the defense? What? Shit, easily swayed by the prosecution.
Wrong.
Oh, you need another deadline for the same shit. Oh, okay, yeah, here, have it.
Wrong or partially wrong. Is this a fair criticism? Like, do you think he has command of what is going on right now? And I know you were busy with this execution yesterday, which we're going to talk about. But in general, what is the consensus about Judge?
Good question. I think
yeah, good.
He's
question.
got a lot to wrap his mind around. He's had to learn what IGG is. He's had to understand, what a cast report is. I'm actually not certain that he's overseen a capital punishment case before. So, the spotlight is on him. I think there's a lot of motions from both sides that he's had to contemplate. And personally, I will offer my opinion here. I think he's handled this fairly well. He sort of understands the magnanimity of the case and understands potential precedents that can be set. I do think he has provided a little bit of a leash to the defense, but I think that, again, is with a mind that this is a death penalty case, and he has stated, to prevent potential appeals down the road.
A leash?
Gene, back to you. So a quote from Judge yesterday. He said, "I'm listening carefully to both sides, and it's a complicated case. It's a death penalty case." And that's what the fix was just alluding to. Now, in a prior at a prior time, I think it was last year, Ann Taylor, about a change of venue, said, and I quote here, "A fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County owing to the extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity. Allegations made about Mr. Koberger to the public by media that will be inadmissible at his trial, the small size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges Mr. Koberger faces." That was written in a January court filing. She makes some pretty good points, but are they going to be deemed accurate in terms of the legal system? Do you think ultimately, because of the massive nature of this case, that it will have to be moved to a different venue?
Well, part of the stuff that she wrote in that motion shouldn't mean much to the judge. These aren't salacious details. They are the details. It's a horrible crime. It's 4 people were brutally murdered. You can't get away from, the scene, what happened, those kids, their ages. So some of what she wrote is like, well, yeah, it's a terrible crime. And you're never going to get away from that. The bigger problem really is just Latah County is a very small county, and without the university, it gets even smaller when the university students go home for break. But otherwise, the county itself is relatively small. And a lot of people that are there work for the university or are closely connected. It's certainly yet to be seen whether or not this is something that Latah County can handle as far as finding an impartial jury. I understand why Bill Thompson is fighting hard to keep it there if he can. But I still think it's going to be very difficult to find a jury in Latah County, given the size and the magnitude of this case.
Yeah, I would agree with you about that. Just to stay on this for a moment, to Tara from Gen S, always great questions. If you have a question, put in that triple Q. Gen S writes, Tara, today it seemed as if Ann Taylor is running the show, meaning during the hearing. Can you provide any insight about how Judge runs his courtroom? I know you're not inside the courtroom, but, Ann Taylor is a well-known figure in Idaho and one of few death-certified defense attorneys. Does she get kind of extra clout or street cred, if you will, because of that?
Well, I'll say this. Idaho is a small state as far as attorneys and the bar, and so we're pretty familiar with each other. Most attorneys are, and
Yep.
so it's easy to develop a reputation.
Yep.
Overall, she is one of few attorneys in the state that are death penalty certified, and I think maybe the only one out of North Idaho, or one of maybe 2 or 3. So she's a competent attorney. She's one that is regarded as a competent attorney. She's dealt with complicated cases before, but I wouldn't say that she's running the show. I think, this is, as much as previously, this is a high profile case. It's a death penalty case. The judge is going to be very careful about making sure that both sides get the opportunity to present their arguments on each one of those motions that are going before the court. And, just because she's speaking longer in court doesn't necessarily mean that, number one, she's going to get her way. But number two, that, that there's some sort of deference being given to her. The judge has an obligation to make sure that each side is able to fully present their arguments on each one of these motions. So I don't think that Judge is any different from anybody else, any other judge that we have. I think that he's just being very cautious to make sure that, all of the I's are being dotted, all of the T's are being crossed, because in a death penalty case, there will likely be, if there is a conviction, there will likely be an appeal. And so you want to make sure that all of these steps are being followed, so you don't have a reversal and have to retry the whole thing, especially in a case like this where you've got these victims' families who've been, having to go through this once already.
By the way, there's Kaylee on the left. You've got Ethan, Madison, and of course Anna Kernodle. Always sad to see their faces, and I remember seeing Stacy Chapin at CrimeCon, and very, very sad for the families indeed. Fix, the state was looking for, we were talking last time about maybe a trial over the summer, when school lets out, so it'd be less stress on the traffic and all that. So we're literally talking summer of 2024, but the defense wants this trial pushed basically to a year from now, to like March of 2025, March 3rd of 2025. That seems a long ways away, and even more pain for the families of these victims. But is it necessary because of all that's involved in the fact that it is death penalty case?
Well, I mean, those have been the arguments from the defense. Certainly, they've talked about the reams and reams of information they're receiving through discovery. They've talked about delays in receiving some of that information from the defense. There was a long, drawn-out 8-month battle over the investigative genetic genealogy records, as an example. If listeners, watchers will recall, there was the battle over the grand jury records, which were under seal, and what the defense was entitled to. So that we've seen these things play out. I mean, these are sort of the typical motions. I believe we have 2 attorneys on with us. They could speak to that on the timeframes. But as far as the overall timeframe, anybody who has been following the Daybell cases, the Lori Vallow case, one of them, those took years to come to trial. So I know that we assumed, at least initially, before Brian Koberger waived his right to a speedy trial within 6 months, we assumed that would happen, that the trial would occur. For the layman, including someone such as myself, who before this had not covered a lot of criminal justice issues, including in the courtroom. But after that happened, it opened this long pathway for when the trial could occur. You did have the state say, they preferred it to happen in the summer, and they were looking to have that happen in 2024. And then you, again, had the defense say, let's pump the brakes here. There's so much information we still don't know. They would have to prepare for, if there is a conviction, the mitigation component of the death penalty case, and they go back to back. They have to be prepared for arguing against the death penalty during sentencing, if in fact the jury were to convict Brian Koberger, and they need time in order to prepare. So that's, I think, how we ended up with this length of time. If it's going to stay in Latah County, Bill Thompson had argued that we really prefer it be in the summer, because the The
2
courtroom
months.
is right across the street from the local high school.
2
and,
months.
Also with deference to the U of I, the University of Idaho, and the students not having to go through this all over again with a trial and, the expected media circus and everyone else who may just show up and want to watch this as if it's a daytime drama.
2 months.
Well put. And I think
This
a
is
lot
a
of
good
people
episode.
do. I think we're all guilty of sometimes forgetting that there are real victims involved here, but 4 very real victims and all their families. Look at this. Kerry Rawson, not only a friend of the show, a friend of mine. Hi, everyone. Miss you all. Kerry's been busy kind of hiding underground, so I'm glad to see her above ground right now. Any insight, Gene Fisher, into Judge referring to Koberger's family having protections and Ann Taylor's request to question them further? Any guesses on what might be behind that?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know with the genealogy, that's one of the big issues is individuals' rights to privacy, whether or not they give their blood to those genealogy charts, and whether or not, like the 23andMe and some of those where you can't use them for criminal means, but there are other sites that you can. And the reason that the judge was not going to just allow all of this out is there's, a lot of people that would be drawn into this unnecessarily that clearly had nothing to do with the case. But they're maybe part of their DNA shows up. So I don't know if that's in part what he's talking about. I know that I know that the genealogy is very complicated, and there are some big constitutional questions that are going to be resolved or, at least litigated here in Idaho. But I'm having a hard time understanding how it's actually not going to come in. I mean, I see it coming in. I don't see the constitutional issue that the Koberger thinks that he has ultimately. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. But I think that's what he's talking about, but I'm not sure. And I wasn't at the hearing. Maybe Kevin knows more about if there was something else that was mentioned.
No, Kerry Rawson, Kerry Rawson, who asked the question, is BTK's daughter. Right there. That's BTK's daughter right there, Kerry Rawson. So I'm referring to her in the question that she asked, and she's been underground because she's been getting harassed a lot for going on a lot of these MSM talk shows. And so that's why he's referring to it's nice to see her out, because she was getting, if you follow her on Twitter, you'll know what I'm talking about. She's been getting harassed pretty bad. So, but yeah, I don't know who this lady is at the bottom right. I've never seen her before. The lady at the bottom left, she's been on the show before. I like her a lot too. She always has really good points. I don't know who this lady is at the bottom right.
The death penalty during sentencing, if in fact a jury were to convict Brian Koberger, and they need time in order to prepare. So that's, I think, how we ended up with this length of time. If it's going to stay in Latah County, Bill Thompson had argued that, we really prefer it be in the summer because the courtroom is right across the street from the local high school. And, also with deference to the U of I, the University of Idaho. And
They don't even have enough lodging, Chappie boss. There's not even enough lodging there. Like, that was one of my issues when I went and made my trip. And this was the week that the crime took place a year later, after Parents' Weekend and everything. And I even had a hard time getting lodging. It's not, there's not enough. There's just not enough.
When the students not having to go through this all over again with a trial and, the expected media circus and everyone else who may just show up and want to watch this as if it's a daytime drama.
Well put. And I think a lot of people do. I think we're all guilty of sometimes forgetting that there are real victims involved here, but 4 very real victims and all their families. Look at this. Kerry Rawson, not only a friend of the show, a friend of mine. Hi, everyone. Miss you all. Kerry's been busy kind of hiding underground, so I'm glad to see her above ground right now. Any insight, Gene Fisher, into Judge referring to Koberger's family having protections and Ann Taylor's request to question them further? Any guesses on what might be behind that?
It's a good question.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know with the genealogy, I mean, that's one of the big issues is individuals' rights to privacy, whether or not they give their blood to those genealogy charts, and whether or not, you know, like the 23andMe and some of those where you can't use them for criminal means, but there are other sites that you can. And the reason that the judge was not going to just allow all of this out is there's, you know, a lot of people that would be drawn into this unnecessarily that clearly had nothing to do with the case. But they're maybe part of their DNA shows up. So I don't know if that's in part what he's talking about. I know that I know that the genealogy is very complicated, and there are some big constitutional questions that are going to be resolved or, you know, at least litigated here in Idaho. But I'm having a hard time understanding how it's actually not going to come in. I mean, I see it coming in. I don't see the constitutional issue that the Cobra thinks that he has ultimately. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. But I think that's what he's talking about, but I'm not sure. And I wasn't at the hearing. Maybe Kevin knows more about if there was something else that was mentioned. I don't know.
Well, the fix wasn't at the hearing either because the fix was busy covering. But
so she's not a genealogist. She is a retired county prosecutor working in the special crimes unit as the chief.
Fix, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that, as I was saying, the mitigation elements, Ann Taylor had raised the point at the prior hearing that, you know, in order to provide effective counsel, they needed it to go even 3 generations back as far as information about Brian Koberger in order to, you know, make arguments that, again, if there is a conviction that, you know, if he were responsible for this, that, you know, there were mitigating factors. He had this neurological issue. He, you know, who knows? You would need to speak to the family to get the details about his upbringing, essentially, and you know, go way back. So that may be what they're talking about.
Look at this, Abby Taha. She's always present on our Friday shows. Hey, all. This is the case that brought me to you at STS. And for those of you who are interested, we're actually doing Phil and Scott tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern time, because Carmen and I have to record, and Phil wasn't too happy, but I convinced him to do a 5 p.m. We're going to be talking about Mercedes Vega. If you don't know the name, Google her. She was murdered, a 22-year-old woman. I believe it's Arizona. I get confused between Arizona and Texas. My apologies, but her case has gone unsolved, and it's someone just mentioned it to me, and I do read a lot of the comments and a lot of the tweets and all that, and I found it very interesting. So Mercedes Vega tomorrow with Scott and Phil, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Tara Malik, this is the way of the world today. I follow you on Instagram, Tara. Do you think because of social media and trial streaming that finding a jury, defining juries and the procedures and expectations have changed as a result of the social media aspect?
Yes. I mean, I would say, so if we're talking about jury selection, if that's what they mean by jury procedures, I mean, certainly how information is exchanged now, how quickly it's exchanged has definitely changed the way that we do things. And I think for prosecutors and for defense attorneys, it just adds another element that you need to be aware of as you're presenting your case and selecting your jury. So, you know, one of these concerns, one of the issues, the change of venue, for instance, like pretrial publicity alone doesn't give someone an absolute right to a change of venue, but certainly if there's, you know, some degree.
Yeah, but there's a restriction, and you can't predict the future. And if you're saying, Judge, how do we know that this isn't going to last until the beginning of the fall semester? You know, that's when you're like, okay, we have to consider it. I mean, it's just common sense. It has nothing to do with, do you think he can get an impartial affair? I mean, who knows? It's everybody pats each other there. But at the same time, when you can't lock it into a 8-week period. It's just, you can't say for sure. When Ann Taylor says possibly 12, what were they saying when OJ? How long did they think that case was that was going to be for a trial? Wasn't 7 months.
That's shown through affidavits, or likewise that prejudice might occur, and that can come through social media. That certainly weighs into it. And I think especially in this case, in a small community, I think small communities just have a different dynamic. I think that information travels, believe it or not, even more rapidly in a small community, both because of the nature of them and also because of social media. I mean, people are 3 or 4 or 5 degrees removed because they're coworkers or friends or neighbors. So I think so. I mean, I definitely think that is the case.
And Tara, since you answered that so well, let me give you I'm going to get to that COE. Thank you so much, hearing from the defense. But let me give you a question that you can answer. Jody Arrington, parents know their kids. I wonder how Brian Kohberger's parents feel about Brian, and if they deep inside believe he did this. What's your intuition tell you about that? That's a tough question, and I don't think it can really be answered. But do you think they felt he was possibly disturbed enough to do something this horrific, or no chance?
I don't know. I mean, I think, parents in a lot of ways do know their children better than anybody else. You certainly see their mannerisms and their behavior, and you can tell if they're lying or not. But I can't imagine what they're going through. I think that any parent would be really horrified to think that their child could be capable of such a violent and horrific crime. And so, it's certainly some of the things that we've heard are certainly suspicious about him traveling cross country with his dad and, cleaning out his car when he was found. I mean, those types of things, I wonder.
If you're going to commit the crime, you're going to clean it out as soon as possible. You're not going to wait a fucking month and then wait until after you drive across the country. I'm sorry.
It seemed to me that would be hard to ignore. But, like I said, I can't imagine that. It's almost this like level of, can you even allow yourself to go there as a parent? So I'm not sure.
By the way, when you live in Idaho, you look like these three. You're hardy, you're healthy.
And how in the hell do you get number 6 on college atmosphere for students if that stuff's taking place and you see other stuff we're talking about? How does it even happen? Oh, yeah, no reports. That's right. No reports. Call volume for the funding, but no reports for the funding, too.
You're sitting in a log cabin like Tara. Kevin Fixler runs up the sides of mountains and stuff. Jean Fisher looks like she's retired because she is. That's what happens when you're out in Idaho and not sitting in traffic all day. Marianne Engel. This is for Jean. The accused has the right to a speedy trial. Do the victims have rights as to how long they have to wait for justice? That's a great question. Is there anything on the books about that?
I mean, there are victims' rights in Idaho that say that victims have a right to be notified of all proceedings and to be notified of any negotiations, pleas, those sorts of things. But as far as like a timeline goes, there's no right for victims to have it done in a certain amount of time. They, the victims' rights statute incorporates that victims are treated with dignity and respect, and that they are kept informed. But no, otherwise it's not. I mean, we have some rules that reflect that if you have an indicted case versus a case that came up through a preliminary hearing, the indicted case has priority. But in something like this, I'm sure that the families are talking to the prosecutors, and the prosecutors are doing the best that they can to assuage their concerns and let them know that they're doing everything that they can, and reminding them that it is a death penalty case, and everything that they do and every motion that they have, they're trying to be as careful as they can. And as Tara had said, if there is a conviction, actually, because it's because it is a death penalty, there's an automatic appeal, automatic. And so all of these issues that have been litigated, all of Ann Taylor's motions, all of her legal questions and everything that she's doing will be closely scrutinized, because there will be an automatic appeal against her on ineffective assistance of counsel. It happens every time. It's automatic, and new counsel will get appointed should there be an appeal and a conviction.
Fix, to you, that's a very great point about the automatic appeal. Penn Dizzy here says,
so BK won't have Ann Taylor on the appeal because it's a different. Interesting. Okay.
I don't buy it. It's Brian Koberger, Fix. And I saw a comment in the chat earlier saying that he was set up and the crime scene is staged. Are you surprised by these sorts of comments, Kev, or is this just par for the course when you've got a high-profile case? There's going to be people, I guess, on both sides, but also, hate to use the C word, but conspiracy theorists who come out and say this whole thing was staged, done by someone else. But is it surprising to you as a reporter to see comments like that?
I might answer in a way you might not expect, because Brian Koberger is a suspect. He is a defendant. He is innocent until proven guilty. And so it's almost surprising to see that so many people have convicted him before he can go to trial.
There you go, buddy. Damn,
and that's a great point. And,
you know, shout out to him for saying that, because it's the damn truth, man. Innocent until proven guilty. Shout out.
I forget who it was. There was an attorney on very recently on our show who says that there's now a presumption of guilt in this. Tara, I almost feel like you were on that panel, that there's a presumption of guilt, not innocence, in this country because of things like social media. And, you know, there's just such like a media landscape now where the minute someone is arrested and in custody, people assume that they're guilty. Do you find that at all, Tara, that there is this sort of jump to conclusions, a presumption of guilt as opposed to what constitutionally is supposed to be a presumption of innocence?
You know, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think that.
By the way, your audio is beautiful.
So good. Okay, I'm glad it's better. I got a private message about that, so which I appreciate. You know, I think that, like we talked about before, I think that social media and I think that news coverage certainly amplifies certain comments and commentary, but I don't know that I would agree that there's a presumption of guilt. You know, at the end of the day, the decision is going to be made by, especially in this case, going to.
Really? Have you been on social media? Because the people that talk innocent until proven guilty are called BK lovers. You know what I mean? You get criticized for talking innocent until proven guilty. Always have. Always have. That's why a lot of those other bigger channels that are so pro BK's guilt have tried to come and do funky shit on the show. And it's like, no, we don't play that shit here.
To be made by a jury.
I don't know where she's
and what my experience has been is that jurors take their job extremely seriously. I mean, they kind of transform when they're sitting in the juror box versus, you know, out and about and when people are posting comments on social media. And so they're really going to be looking at the instructions of law that the judge is going to be giving them and making a decision based on that. And the fact of the matter is, you know, there is a presumption of innocence, and those jury instructions really reinforce that the prosecution has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a really high bar. And so, you know, and I think that when you're in the room and when you're looking at a person who's a suspect or accused sitting there at counsel's table, observing them, watching their mannerisms, I mean, it really drives home, especially in a death penalty case, you know, it really drives home that you are going to be deciding the fate of this individual.
Right.
And so, you know, I would just say that I don't think that it has gone away. I think on the outside, perhaps that's the way that we're viewing it, but it's different once you step inside that courtroom.
Yeah.
Bullshit, because why is everybody talking shit about the alibi if it's the prosecution's burden to provide guilt? You know what I mean? Skin 20 skin cells on the inside button snap of a sheath. That's the most protected area. And you got DNA dirty gloves going on the outside. If you guys haven't seen that video and you're new to the show, check it out. You'll see actually the contamination that takes place before they even walk into the crime scene. And then you see what they do inside the crime scene. Watch the whole thing. Trust me.
Look at this from my friend PSS, the surgeon. Joining late, finishing the OR. I think it was Rashbaum, who is the Adelson's defense attorney who said presumption of guilt. Also, Kevin is a cutie. STS singles. It might become a real thing one of these days. The surgeon and the journalist. What a pairing! What a pairing! I got to get STS singles in the flow. Got to get it going.
Oh
I have no idea. I think this is a soundbite. Let's listen together. Here we go. This should be from yesterday's hearing. Here it is.
Your Honor, to meet our constitutional duties, in Brian's case, his rights to have effective assistance of counsel, to have a full investigation, to have a fair trial, we have to have investigators. Those investigators are on board and have been on board, and they help us understand things that are given to us by the state. They help us find witnesses, they help us find experts, and they're necessary to be part of the conversation of what the IGG materials are and what they mean. This matters in figuring out how Mr. Koberger ends up on the police radar and subject to these proceedings here.
Fix, I know you weren't there, but this is actually kind of tied into this big story you wrote about investigative genetic genealogy. And I'm going to kind of deconstruct that a little bit more. But broadly speaking, your story basically said that, and I'm obviously paraphrasing your work and you'll say it much better, but that IGG, which is this new technology, which is what led police, but then the state never really revealed that to the defense, and that is very problematic. What did you? How did you understand what she was just saying?
Well, let me stop you there. We're not sure if it's problematic. There's arguments from the state that they never had to reveal this information. It was not required through rules of law here in Idaho. My understanding,
right, not required to apprehend somebody, but it's going to be required in a fucking trial to prove somebody's guilt, right? Just the tip.
I can't say this definitively, but my understanding is that the FBI, when they involve themselves in cases like this, they actually tell law enforcement, don't put this information into a probable cause affidavit. It's not required. And it was a bit of a surprise for a lot of legal and DNA experts I spoke with for that story, that the level of IGG records, which had to be ordered by the court as taken from the FBI, they were surprised that the defense has been able to get that amount of IGG records through discovery. So in that case, Judge did award that. We don't know to what extent, because again, it was filed under seal. But and there is a protective order of some extent too, probably to protect the names of the individuals who may be related to Brian Koberger, distant relatives who probably don't even know. But yeah, so we don't know yet if it's problematic. But in terms of what she's arguing for there, Ann Taylor has claimed at that hearing, as we just heard the clip, and then the one prior, that the defense still doesn't fully know how police ultimately landed on Brian Koberger. If you read just the probable cause affidavit, you have to take that to mean that they used cell phone records. They used video surveillance that seemed to show a white sedan that may or may not have.
Right, that's what I've been saying. They said they used video. They said they used CAS data. They said they used They connected the DNA to the father in Pennsylvania. You use DNA. You used IGG. You used it in the PCA. You better be able to supply that shit in trial, because you're going after a DP, bro. Like I said from the beginning, they don't care about a conviction. They just cared to charge somebody. If you want to see how it goes in that neck of the woods when it comes to this kind of shit, look up right there, save that link, Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal. And I throw a little, was it truly called for an unconscious person? But the main point of that video is to show you what the prosecution's going to do when it comes to the person that they charged for the crime doesn't end up being convicted. Well, we're just sorry that the jury didn't see it the way that we did, and we're not going to go after any other leads because we feel the person that got set free was the one that committed the crime. Does that really give the family justice? Does that really give the victims justice? And to sit there and have that attitude and approach about victims and their justice, do they really get justice if the wrong person gets convicted? No. You just drop the percentages way down, and that family's going to have to sit in limbo. Can you imagine what Christy G is going to be going through if BK gets off? Can you imagine? See what she's going through now, with the possibility and hope that he's going to be going to the death penalty soon. Can you imagine if he gets set free because they don't have and they don't want to provide? Imagine. And that's okay with you, prosecution? You better have all your bullets in your gun because you are showing up to a motherfucking gunfight.
Been a Hyundai Elantra. They believed it initially was between 2011 and 2013 model, but it turned out to be 2015. And the FBI analysis later revealed that, oh, well, it could be between 2011 and 2016. So Kohberger's vehicle could fit into that scope. But we learned later, 6 months after Brian Kohberger's arrest, that the FBI had pursued.
Of course, it's gonna, connect if you fucking allow it to connect. Oh, yeah. Let's just extend it to the year. Let's go ahead and change it after we apprehend him, right?
Later revealed that, oh, well, it could be between 2011 and 2016. So Kohberger's vehicle could fit into that scope. But we learned later, 6 months after Brian Kohberger's arrest, that the FBI had pursued this technique. It's an advanced DNA technique. Watchers will know.
That's a big difference. Look at the difference between a 2011 and a 2016 or 15. Look at the difference. There's a difference. And that's an expert.
About the Golden State Killer was caught this way, or at least initially identified. But it does raise these constitutional questions. She was raising a Sixth Amendment argument about effective counsel. When we start talking about the IGG question, though, primarily we're talking about the Fourth Amendment, searches and seizures. But there is, in kind of it may be far-flung, we don't know the details about it, but there could be a Fifth Amendment argument, perhaps, of self-incrimination if Brian Kohberger's own DNA profile was used by law enforcement to basically get a direct hit with DNA that he say was found at the crime scene and land directly on him if he did not permit law enforcement to use his DNA profile that way.
Gene, you're smart. Anything to add on to that? I mean, we're going to dig into it a little bit more, but this is becoming a big issue.
Yeah, I think obviously there's some more information there that will be revealed, but I'm thinking about when defendants, when suspects get this is not Brian Kohberger, but when suspects go to jail on certain crimes, possession on drugs, certain sex cases.
The Fifth Amendment? I'm not sure. I think they were I thought they said Sixth. Here, I'll rewind it a little bit.
This way, or at least initially identified. But it does raise these constitutional questions. She was raising a Sixth Amendment argument about effective counsel. When we start talking about the IGG question, though, primarily we're talking about the Fourth Amendment, searches and seizures. But there is, in kind of it may be far-flung, we don't know the details about it, but there could be a Fifth Amendment argument, perhaps, of self-incrimination if Brian Kohberger's own DNA profile was used by law enforcement to basically get a direct hit with DNA they say was found at the crime scene and land directly on him if he did not permit law enforcement to use his DNA profile that way.
Gene, you're smart. Anything to add on to that? I mean, we're going to dig into it a little bit more, but this is becoming a big issue.
Yeah, I think obviously there's some more information there that will be revealed, but I'm thinking about, when defendants, when suspects get, this is not Brian Kohberger, but when suspects go to jail on certain crimes, possession on drugs, certain sex cases, certain classifications of drugs, they go into the jail and they have to give their DNA sample, and it goes into the national database, which can then be used, forever to help identify should they be involved in crimes much later in the future. So, I had a case several years ago, where actually the defendant, a woman from the University of Idaho, had been kidnapped. She was transported across county lines. She was raped multiple times in the back of a truck by the father and the son. And we didn't identify the defendant in that case for 10 years. Until he got rearrested in Florida, and he had a possession with intent to deliver, which required a DNA sample. So law enforcement gets a hit on that, and they can't use that to arrest him, but they can certainly use the DNA to say, we've got a match. So then they go to Florida, they go find him in Florida, then they get a buccal swab, then they do the DNA, that's how they get him. In the end, it's kind of like that with Kohberger. Now,
yeah, but they didn't get his.
They ended up matching. They got DNA, as I understand.
They got his dad's. What are you talking about? Whoa! This is a good episode. I'm gonna drop the link again too if you want to have and definitely go show some love on their video too.
Stand it from his garbage can in Pennsylvania. They they got there, and if this initially was from the genealogical studies that people voluntarily put their DNA in, and they were able to figure that out on a family tree. I think there's going to be I understand.
Oh, we're on the same night every night, 6:30 p.m. Central, 7:30 p.m. Eastern every night. Even if you get a notification or not, you always know I'm on the same time every night.
They want to make this a really big constitutional argument, but I think it's going to be very
how
difficult,
YouTube is,
given just how far we've already come with DNA already, and how we are able to make cases based on that. And we have DNA databases for these very reasons.
By the way, Kevin Fixler, who I call the Fix, reports on all of this for the Idaho Statesman, and local journalism is the only real journalism. The network stuff, that's all histrionics and drama. If you want the real journalism, you go to the Idaho Statesman, support local journalism, and the Fix has done some amazing articles. But this story, and I took notes on it, so I'm going to get back to him on some of that. But Marianne Engel here, is it possible for Tara to explain why there is still a gag order? I assume it's because everything we're talking about, it's a small place with a lot of media and a lot of, just the high profile nature of this case. Is that right, or am I wrong?
Absolutely. I think, that there are some ethical rules around attorneys making statements to the media while a case is ongoing, but also, especially in this case, in light of the publicity it's already receiving both locally and nationally, and the risk of tainting a prospective jury pool. Now, there may be a change of venue that may or may not be granted, but, I think that the court is taking all precautions necessary to try and make sure that this individual is given a fair trial, and that both sides have the ability to choose jurors that are going to be fair and impartial here.
Fix, back to you from Amy Lee here, and this is what we were just talking about. If the prosecution isn't going to use the IgG material, that's the investigative genetic genealogy, the stuff that Fix was talking about that helped catch the Golden State Killer and is being used a lot more to catch killers. And they did say, I think at least at the onset, that they weren't planning to use it at trial. And that's what the question is. How does this affect the case in total? That is their strongest piece of evidence. How can they go to trial and not use that?
Well, like Gene mentioned, there's the buccal swab. And what they do is that when they made the arrest, the search warrant provided for the opportunity to swab Brian Koberger's cheek. They then, again, this is all according to police, and the prosecution, they then directly matched that with the DNA that was found on the knife sheath on the bed. As a reminder, there was a knife sheath, a leather knife sheath that was left behind.
Wait a minute. 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 You've already used all the DNA at ISP. You already used the DNA at Orthram. How much more DNA do you got to then match it to a cotton swab from a cheat? How much more do you got? I've only heard that they matched up the DNA. Where's this info coming from? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Because I thought the only DNA they connected was... Good night, Kid Kitty. I thought the only DNA that they connected was Papa BK trash can. So where did this information come out that they then had... who connected it? Who connected it? I know ISP connected Papa BK. Who connected? I don't know. I'm starting to wonder, Kevin. I'm starting to wonder here, buddy. I'm starting to wonder now.
And that's what the question is. How does this affect the case in total? That is their strongest piece of evidence. How can they go to trial and not use that?
Well, like Gene mentioned, there's the buccal swab. And what they do is that when they made the arrest...
Which is obvious. They're going to do that. But I'm saying who connected it? It's obvious they're going to take a sample. They do to put you in the database. That's obvious. Who connected that swab? That's what I'm talking about.
The search warrant provided for the opportunity to swab Brian Koberger's cheek. They then, again, this is all according to police.
You had that much DNA left?
They then directly matched that with the DNA that was found on the knife sheath.
I know that, Unit. I'm saying, okay, Unit, I understand that. What I'm saying is who connected it? Who connected it? They had that much left to test when it already went through 3 different agencies? I mean, you're talking 20 skin cells. And with a DNA test, you have to use fresh DNA. I mean, unless, again, you're using a cold case lab and you're manipulating DNA, well, then sure, you can match. But who connected it? How is there that much DNA left to test when it went through 3 other agencies? And at the same time, if you're using a cold case lab, you're manipulating DNA. So it makes me wonder who connected the DNA. You know what I mean? Who connected the DNA? That's my question.
As a reminder, there was a knife sheath, a leather knife sheath that was left behind at the crime scene.
DNA
the order there is that the Idaho State Police crime lab here, just outside of Boise, actually finds single source male DNA. They then ran that through the national database that Gene talked about, referred to widely as CODIS. They didn't get any match. And so then they actually incorporate a private lab. We believe that to be Othram out of Texas. They do a lot of cold cases and so forth. It's never been officially confirmed, but what we do know is that the state of Idaho has an active contract with Othram with the intent for any forensic DNA research. And so it's almost certain that it was Othram, and Taylor has said that it was Othram that was involved, but it's never been definitively proven or stated. Othram has actually never gotten back to me on any number of requests over the months. But the prosecution also says that with regards to the trash that was taken from the Koberger family's home in eastern Pennsylvania, they then match the knife sheath DNA to what was Koberger's father with almost 100% certainty that they have said that the DNA found on the knife sheath, it was the male child of the individual whose DNA they looked at. So that would have been Koberger's father. This potentially raises a Fourth Amendment issue of searches and seizures, except that there is court precedent where police do not have to get a search warrant to.
And this is the important thing that people need to understand when they're talking about this kind of genealogy. You're talking about going back 3 or 4 generations too. 20 skin cells, 3 or 4 generations.
To take your garbage away if you have left it out at the curb. That's different than if they enter your home or they take it from your physical property. So they didn't need a search warrant. They matched the DNA there. They ultimately get their arrest through the probable cause affidavit and search warrant, and then they match Koberger's DNA directly to the knife sheath, they say. The issue there is that they sort of shortcutted the system by using investigative genetic genealogy and built this family tree and got, a suspect, and they understand, the geography. Well, gosh, it's somebody from the Koberger family lineage. Are there any Kobergers in the region? And then they start to do, more traditional police techniques. They kind of reverse engineer it. They look for phone records. They look for, what kind of car does he have? And so that's what's in the probable cause affidavit. But the potential issue, again, is that they never identified this information in the probable cause affidavit. The prosecution never intended to present it at trial, but it may actually work now that the defense has the records that they will actually present it at trial. But that will have to be approved by the judge. It's never been done, as far as I understand, from legal and DNA experts.
That's really interesting, and it could impact this whole case and other cases going forward. So investigative genetic genealogy becoming a player in the judicial system. From Aria Dakota Grimaldi Lane, what do you do when you have no alibi? You can't come up with one. So I guess just driving around and happen to be in the vicinity of a quadruple murder. Well, that couldn't look any worse now. That was one of the issues, Gene, that came up at trial, at the hearing yesterday, not at trial. That was my wishful thinking to get this started already. Both sides argued Wednesday over this alibi deadline. The defense, Ann Taylor, said she needs an expert investigation on cell towers because her client was doing more than just driving. But the state is opposed to this, saying that the defense might be trying to get a look at the discovery material to actually form an alibi. I'm confused because I thought both sides have the right to the same discovery. Break this down for us. What's going on here? This is a bit of gamesmanship between state and defense here, but it revolves around this whole alibi.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I just, I really think that Ann Taylor is trying to be as effective as she can. I mean, she's on the cell towers, and they definitely have some cell tower pings that are, marking where he's been driving around.
And like I said before, I was in Pullman, bottom right corner of Pullman. You could connect to the same towers that utilize 1122. If you do any shopping in Moscow, you're automatically connecting to the towers that 1122 utilizes, and you don't even have to drive by the fucking house. And okay, 30 blocks away? Yes, he could be 30 blocks away. Okay, next evidence.
If Brian Kober really had a defense, really has an alibi, and he says, I was in Troy, Idaho, not in Moscow, Idaho, and I was in Troy, and Troy is 15 miles over the ridge. Just tell us. Tell us where you were if this wasn't you, so that the state can go and find the right person, because we have no interest in trying to convict the wrong murderer of a quadruple homicide of this nature. So
Yeah, you do.
for them to, this is just, to me, this.
Yeah, you do, because of enrollment. Come on, speak some truth, lady. Come on, speak some truth. Because of enrollment. Look at it. We're going through it. We've been going through it since November when I made the trip there, and I saw how the community was compared to how much the university's flourishing. And I'm like, oh, hell no, something's up with this shit. And that's when we started looking into their shady shit. Because it wasn't right. I'm sitting there going, why in the fuck isn't this community not flourishing like this university is? Then we started looking into it. The fuck, lady?
This is just gamesmanship in some way. It's aggressive defense tactics to try and say, I need the cell tower information to look closer at it to see if I can figure out a way that my client might have been somewhere. I don't really know where she hopes to go with that.
That's good to know.
But the law on alibi defense is very clear in Idaho, where you are supposed to be able to provide it within a tight timeline, for the very reason that we are not interested in prosecuting somebody who didn't do it. But if you didn't do it, tell us you didn't do it so we can prove you didn't do it.
What they said, lady, is that, Judge, here's so much of the alibi. We don't want the rest of the alibi to get out to the prosecution, just like they're keeping information from the defense, and we just want to show it to you, Judge, and it never fucking happened. Lady, do you know everything that's happened in this case? What the hell? This was in the very beginning, lady.
And clear you, because that's important. And we don't want you making something up. In a case like this, you've all talked about social media. We've all talked about how much history and how much has gone on here. You just wait before there's somebody comes out of the woodwork and says, oh yeah, I think I did see Brian Koberger.
Right. And at the end of the episode, you're going to say, oh, they have so much. They have so much. I bet at the end of the episode, they have so much. Okay, lady that probably gets patted on the back too.
I saw him at somewhere else, that they try to introduce themselves into the middle of this trial when there's no information about that at all. And Brian Koberger himself isn't saying, I saw anybody else. I didn't buy a pop. I didn't buy a coffee. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't talk to anyone. If you did, tell us. But that's not what they're doing. So I think,
yeah, and you're not saying you didn't read some of the fucking court documents either.
This is
That's
really
what
much more about some gamesmanship, quite frankly.
Yeah, you didn't read some of the court documents.
Interesting, and
Yep.
it was just such a weird alibi that
You
they
didn't see
kind of
some of the
initially
hearing.
presented, that he's just driving around as if it was so innocent. Tara ran for state senate in Idaho. There you go again. She does this every time. I'm just about to read the comment. She wants to know why so much weird stuff is going on in Idaho and Utah. This is a person from overseas. I think it was Sweden. And the comment was why is so much weird stuff happening in Idaho and Utah?
Man,
Tara,
these are good
have at it.
questions. These are good questions.
What's your guess?
Well, that's a hard one. It's harder than the other ones you've been asking.
Yeah, I mean, I said you guys are so relaxed and like hardy looking, but I guess there's some nuts out there too.
No, I don't know what weird stuff they're referring to. I mean, but we did have the Vallow case. We do have the Koberger case. Not sure what's happening there, but it's a nice state. You should come visit.
I 100% will. We were in Sun Valley, and this
It
is
is a
comment
beautiful
from
state.
Anna Maria from Stockholm.
It is a beautiful state. I had to talk myself out of moving there plenty of times.
Home Sweden. COE, I just want to make sure I have the right clip. Is this it? Let's see if this is a different clip. Let's play it. She wanted us to play it. Here we go.
I want all the discovery by the end of August. I love the discovery deadline by September 6th. That does not allow me enough time to get ready for trial by March 3rd. That deadline, that cutoff for us to get mitigation materials, that's impossible. That's just impossible. We've got the year pretty well scheduled out with what travel still needs to happen and what records still need to be obtained. So to have that to the state, I think they said by September, October, that's just impossible. I would request that this court take up our venue motion in May, make a decision on venue, and let's see where we can get with the discovery. I still need to read every bit of discovery that's come, and I haven't. I scan it when I get it, but to go page by page and read it and understand what it means, I'm not through 2023. I have a long ways to go. So I don't think that is realistic to set it. I think if you set it for March, I'm going to be back here after the discovery deadline, and I'm going to be telling you there's no way that we're going to be ready for trial.
And that's it. Gene Fisher, you've been in many courtrooms and you've been across from defense attorneys. What would you say to Judge in response to what was just said there?
I understand it's complicated, but from a prosecution point of view, I just can't help but I'm just kind of marveling at this. I mean, I understand there's a lot. You've got to go through it. But I'm kind of surprised at the level of her angst that she just possibly can't get through this discovery in that amount of time. I'm just surprised. I know it's a big case, but get to work. I mean, there's a lot going on here, and I know that she's got to represent other people, but so does the state, and so does the judge. I mean, everybody's got more than just one case in this deal. But I'm having a hard time understanding, how it is that she thinks she, it's just hard for me to imagine that she can't figure out enough about this issue and she's identified its genealogy, and she's identified what the problem is. And it's going to take her 6 months to figure this out. I don't know. I don't really understand that. I don't.
Yeah. Fix when
I do think that the tail's wagging the dog a little bit on this one.
Yeah. It sounds like it. Even like the inflection and stuff that she has in court, it feels like she's like trying to take command of the situation a little bit with Judge. But what is the this Fix? When I was in local news, anytime there was a story about anything, it was always, how does this affect the taxpayers? We have to scurry out and figure out how does it affect the taxpayers. I was wondering the same thing. It seems like they're sparing no expense for Brian Kohberger's defense. Do we have any idea what it will cost taxpayers?
There was a story, and forgive me, I don't remember the outlet, but they did look at what Ann Taylor makes hourly. Tara or Gene might know a little bit more about this, so forgive me. But I mean, what I will say just generally is that death penalty cases, we're talking millions and millions of dollars through the appeals process. The defense has 3 attorneys right now, plus they'll pay for, their own experts and things like that. And these are permitted uses of taxpayer dollars when you have a public defense, which Brian Kohberger can't afford millions of dollars. And so that's why there is a public defender. But perhaps our attorney friends here know more about the actual costs.
Well, there's some stuff coming up in the chat that's interesting. Annie K has always got great questions, friend of the show. Seems Ann Taylor is almost, to you, Tara, obstructionist in her request for delays and complaints, followed by this from Kerry Rawson, our good friend. I agree with Gary. I think she's talking about Gary Bricado here, who studies serial killers, and even speculatively wonder if he's on purpose going for an IGG battle in higher courts because he's enjoying this. There's some people. Look at this. Look at this. This is Gary Bricado himself.
Are you
Make
serious?
no mistake that Brian Kohberger is pulling strings through his lawyers, amusing himself like a puppet master as he has been from the start. The courts are colluding with him unwittingly. This is
what? It is a characteristic of people of his apparent type do so? What? Hold on 1 minute. We're going to talk about this tomorrow. I'm going to take a screenshot of this comment, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow night.
Our attorney friends here know more about the actual costs.
Well, there's some stuff coming up in the chat that's interesting. Annie K has always got great questions, friend of the show. Seems Ann Taylor is almost, to you, Tara, obstructionist in her request for delays
What?
and complaints, followed by this
What?
from Kerry Rawson, our good friend. I agree with Gary. I think she's talking about Gary Bricado here, who studies serial killers.
What?
And even speculatively wonder if he's on purpose going for an IGG battle in higher courts because he's enjoying this. There's some people. Look at this.
What?
Look at this. This is Gary Bricado himself.
What?
Make no mistake that Brian Koberger is pulling strings through his lawyers, amusing himself like a puppet master as he has been from the start. The courts are colluding with him unwittingly. This is Gary. It is characteristic of people of his apparent type to do so. Gary studies these people for a living. Tara Malik, what do you make of that? That he is literally enjoying feeding these bits of information to his attorney to have them run.
Oh, we're going to talk about this tomorrow night for sure. 7:30 Eastern. We're going to talk about this tomorrow night. That's some crazy shit, yo.
Around at his behest. One last comment here from Gary, not last one, but this one. The court is like the cop he bamboozled out of a ticket at a traffic stop. It makes him feel powerful. Remember that? We had the video of him at that traffic stop in Pullman at Washington State. And he was asking.
And I'll tell you what. I'm going to have the phone lines open for the whole show tomorrow. So if you want to call in, we're going to talk about this. I want to hear what you think about that. That's some crazy shit. That's some crazy shit. The court is like the cop he bamboozled out of a ticket at a traffic stop. What the fuck is this shit? Hold on, I got to screenshot all these comments, and then we're going to put them all together and talk about it. Holy
when you have a public defense, which
what is
Brian
this?
Koberger can't afford millions of dollars, and so that's why there is a public defender. But perhaps our attorney friends here know more about the actual costs.
Well, there's some stuff coming up in the chat that's interesting. Annie K has always got great questions.
This is crazy.
Show. Seems Ann Taylor is almost to you, Tara, obstructionist in her request for delays and complaints, followed by this from Kerry Rawson, our good friend. I agree with Gary. I think she's talking about Gary Bricado here, who studies serial killers, and even speculatively wonder if he's on purpose going for an IGG battle in higher courts because he's enjoying this. There's some people. Look at this.
What?
Look at this. This is Gary Bricado himself. Make no mistake that Brian Koberger is pulling strings through his lawyers, amusing himself like a puppet master as he has been from the start. The courts are colluding with him unwittingly. This is Gary. It is characteristic of people of his apparent type to do so. Gary studies these people for a living. Tara Malik, what do you make of that? That he is literally enjoying feeding these bits of information to his attorney to have them run around at his behest. One last comment here from Gary, not last one, but this one. The court is like the cop he bamboozled out of a ticket at a traffic stop.
When did
it
he
makes him feel powerful.
bamboozle?
Remember that? We had the video of him at that traffic stop.
He
in Pullman
bamboozled
at Washington State.
What?
He was asking that cop a million questions about is it okay? I understand in Pennsylvania in the intersections okay, but here in Pullman it's not okay. But blah, blah, blah.
Bamboozled
But this
a
is what
cop?
Gary is
What a
saying.
dick.
Tara, do you agree with Gary's bottom line?
Well, I mean, I would defer to Gary. Obviously, this is
Defer
what he
to
does,
Gary?
not what I do. So, but personally, what do I feel about it?
Yeah, Gary's walking off a cliff. I'm gonna too, motherfucker. No, I'm gonna be like, Carrie, you stupid. What
I
the
think
fuck?
that it's very probable
What
that
is
he
this?
is getting some sort of thrill out of being the center of attention or trying to outsmart people.
When have you ever seen BK fucking smirk and smile in court? What the hell? What is this shit? Oh, we're definitely talking about this tomorrow night. Oh my
I think
gosh.
that
What
you
is
know,
this?
just what he was studying, his criminal justice kind of background that he was studying, and then to do this and turning his phone off and onto airplane mode during the time, and just these little bits and things. I don't think that Gary is wrong. As far as the question about Ann Taylor and whether or not she's playing the system, time passing is not a friendly thing for a prosecutor. And that's because people's memories changes. Your evidence rarely gets better. It gets worse. And so delays are not unheard of. It can be a tactic for trial. You know, I understand that there's a lot of discovery here. A lot of that has been exchanged, but also, you know, she has a team of attorneys. She's not working on this case solo. She has a team of investigators that are for sure working on this with her. And I, you know, on the IGG stuff, first of all, I don't know how much Brian Koberger knows about it, maybe more now than, you know, in the beginning, but
yeah,
I just don't,
it's his life on the line.
I don't see it as big of an issue as I think they're trying to make it out to be. I mean, I think that I have a hard time coming up with a scenario where, you know, that's going to be this crux of the case where everything gets tossed on some sort.
No, what I said, this is what I'm saying, and I've been saying it. The DNA, the IGG, and I know it's shocking words, but this is how I feel if you look at all the evidence and what is being offered and what's being asked of. We already know that they're not going to offer the homework for the IGG. We already know that. The IGG, and this is the craziest part about me saying this shit, but I really believe it. Even though the DNA should be the number one fucking ironclad guilt when it comes to this trial, and it comes to the evidence that's available, and it comes to what the prosecution is willing to offer up, I think the DNA is going to be the least critical part of evidence when it comes to the conviction. I think the cast data and the video are going to be way more damning than the DNA. The DNA is going to be torn to shreds. Think about it. They don't use it to convict. They use it to exonerate. And when we're talking about all of this stuff and we hear all of these experts discuss it, there ain't no fucking way. That's why I say it's going to be the least amount that's going to affect the guilt or innocence. It's going to be on the cast data. It's going to be on the video. You know, experts, when we're sitting there watching the OJ case, and this is why we do the OJ members live every weekend on Sunday, it's because there's so many similarities, and you see how, when it comes to trial, you know how much evidence they had against OJ. When it comes to technicalities, you better have more evidence than you need, because when it comes to technicalities, that evidence starts to shrivel.
Sort of Fourth Amendment violation, you know, fruit of the poisonous tree type of argument, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's been fully fleshed out yet either, and so perhaps they're thinking about it in a different way. But
good night, American Princess.
You know, these are certainly tactics. I think we're going to see a lot of pretrial motions before we get to court and to trial, whether it's set in March or later in 2025. I think that the judge is still going to be cautious, though. Again, these are high stakes here. I don't necessarily buy that the mitigation evidence is going to be the thing, or that the mitigation work that Ann Taylor was talking about is going to take that long to gather and put together. I think a better argument would probably be, you know, there's still a lot of discovery and we're still fighting over what has to be turned over on the IGG. And I need time to put together a pretrial motion on whether or not to move to suppress some of this evidence. I think that would be probably more persuasive.
Frankie Figs is one of our amazing mods. They all do an amazing job. Why doesn't anyone, Gene Fisher, address that the prosecution won't have their discovery completely to the defense until September? Is there blame to lay on the state here for dragging their feet?
I I don't know that there has necessarily is a delay. I mean, I do think that the state has been operating under some pretext for how IgG information has been generated, and that there are definitely privacy issues, and that this defense is pushing this issue aggressively, and the state is aggressively trying to protect some privacy rights. You know, not everything gets thrown in the kitchen sink in this stuff, and the state really does have a powerful right to protect the privacy rights of people who shouldn't have to answer to this or get thrown into the middle of this. And so I think that they're doing what they can, but they're also doing it under this idea of, you know, with the genealogy charts and what the defense is asking, and they are pushing back in order to protect privacy rights. So that's where I think they're at.
By the way, Gary, I want to get to this question, so I'm not bringing up his comment, but he says, Joel, remember we called this before there was even a suspect. It is true. If you go back and listen to Dr. Ann Burgess and Dr. Gary Ricardo before they came upon Brian Kohberger just after the murders, I had Ann and Gary on, and they profiled him.
Ooh, do me a favor, please. I'm going to try and find that episode. We're going to watch that episode tomorrow night. And I need to rewind it here and see exactly who's on, because we're going to watch that episode tomorrow night, too, as we discuss this. Who was it again?
The state really does have a powerful right to protect the privacy rights of people who shouldn't have to answer to this or get thrown into the middle of this. And so I think that they're doing what they can, but they're also doing it under this idea of, you know, with the genealogy charts and what the defense is asking, and they are pushing back in order to protect privacy rights.
Do me a favor, drop it to me just in case I'm not able to. I'm sure I'll be able to, but we're going to, and even watch it if you find it. Go ahead and drop it in the community chat, and then go ahead and watch it. We're going to be discussing it tomorrow, and we're going to be watching that episode tomorrow and discussing these freaking comments.
So
that's crazy.
Where I think they're at.
By the way, Gary,
and we'll have some updates for you too.
Yeah, I want to get to this question, so I'm not bringing up his comment, but he says, Joel, remember we called this before there was even a suspect. It is true. If you go back and listen to Dr. Ann Burgess and Dr. Gary Ricardo before they came upon Brian Kohberger just after the murders, I had Ann and Gary on, and they profiled him almost to a T. So
we're
Gary and Ann, obviously, the best at what they do, and that's a good point. Well taken from Dr. Gary Ricardo. From Linda Johnson Dulas. To you, Kevin, I know you weren't there yesterday, but bigger picture here. Understand someone referred to DNA results during the hearing, and I took it to mean there's more than just a knife sheath. Did anyone else pick up on this comment? Have you in your reporting heard of any other DNA that was either found or been investigated by police?
Ann Taylor had raised the point that there were some DNA profiles that were discovered outside of the home or inside the home as well.
Right.
She mentioned actually a glove that was discovered outside, and there's been a lot of curiosity about that, but no more additional information. As you noted, there's a gag order still in place, and the defense and the prosecution are not speaking to those things. But her question was, why didn't those DNA profiles get run through CODIS? And I'm trying to recall what Bill Thompson said. I think either they were, or there wasn't enough DNA in order to actually run it through the system. So that's the DNA I've heard of. In terms of anything else that would be used in the case, at trial, etc., we just don't know. The evidence we know about was from the
Floral
affidavit, and anything that's come out in court thus far. Once more, we do know about, in terms of DNA, we know about what they discovered on the knife sheath. We know about the buccal swab from Brian Kohberger directly, and we know about his father's DNA that was taken from the trash. So that's the extent of any DNA evidence that we know about to this point.
Shout out to friend of the show, Analytical Blarney, gifting 5 memberships. And then this one, I think this has to do with buccal swab. Dentist here, we call it buccal mucosa Just FYI, might be just a West Coast thing, ? Buckle, buckle, I've heard it every possible way. To you, Gene, what, you said get to work, and I'm wondering how I'd be so overwhelmed by the amount of material in this case. I mean, what does Ann Taylor take us, like, what is her day like? What does she have to go through? How does she go through all this?
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that either. I mean, I know what it takes for me. I suspect, she's in a firm for public defenders in Kootenai County. There's definitely other lawyers, and I'm sure that this case is her priority. It's a matter of literally kind of outlining her case, outlining what her issues are, and just, one step after another, getting through the materials and listing out, what are the legal issues, and just charting out her case. The prosecutors have to do the same thing. When I take a case to trial, literally, I end up doing the closing before I do the opening. I want to know that I know my case so well that I actually write the closing before I even do the opening in my case. And that's when I know I got it. I know where all the evidence is and where the surprises are going to be. So, her job is to poke holes. It only takes one juror. This is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and all 12 jurors sitting there have to agree, and her job is to poke holes. And that is her job. But I think that it's a big job. It's not going to fall on any deaf ears, of course. At 4 people were murdered, and it's going to take a lot to get this case. Like Tara had mentioned, it would take a lot to get this case thrown out on some Fourth Amendment question that they've got brought up on this IGG. But you list out your witnesses and you divide and conquer, and you start figuring it out.
A few more things on Brian Kohberger, and then I do want to touch with Kevin on, there was this botched execution yesterday, which is kind of crazy. We'll talk about that for a few minutes, and then we'll wrap in a little while. But Gary back saying the idea is that it would insult such a person like Brian Kohberger to be a quote unquote simple to solve case. So he is complicating matters, per Gary from behind the scenes. Hey, STS, I'm driving in the rain, but listening closely. Great show as usual. Thank you so much. Be careful in the rain. Joel, I listen every day on Apple Podcasts, but rarely catch a live. Stoked right now. We are stoked to have you, Madison Cox. Also, if you are listening on audio, please give us 5 stars. It helps us immensely. You have no idea. Adam Malone says, Gary is the absolute best. Brilliant man. Funny guy, too. One of the questions I most want answered when the facts emerge: did the sheath fall off because the offender opened a belt? And if he opened a belt, was there a partially sexual motivation? This is what Gary Bricado thinks about day and night. Wouldn't cross my mind, but now that he mentions it, makes a lot of sense. And I guess eventually, maybe, who knows, maybe we will find out. Love to get you and Ann back on, Gary. Wesley John Holmes, the Aussie living in Tokyo, who also, when we mentioned STS singles, said, look, what about us married people? We've got issues. And he was suggesting setting up a marriage, like a self-help group. Not a bad idea, Wesley John Holmes. BK is probably reveling in all this, especially being a death penalty case. It has the potential for him to be in the spotlight for many years to come with appeals if found guilty. I get it, but I don't get it, because you're still sitting your sorry ass in a jail, and life can't be too good. But maybe he is getting off on this. There's no doubt about this, that Gary and Ann know their stuff. I took this right from Kevin Fixler's article. Prior to most people's thinking, I do prepare for this show, almost always, if not always. This quote is taken directly from Fix's article from Ann Taylor. And she says, the clear picture that I am concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. Over a year into this case, and we're not sure. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. I mean, Kev, you talked about this earlier, but she's saying, I have no idea how they came to this guy. Does she need to know, and should she have known this months ago?
I appreciate that Gene had a smirk.
Yeah.
I mean, they have some idea, right? I do
Yeah.
believe they're playing this up in court a little bit, but it's been effective to this point in arguing before Judge. It did ultimately get them the IGG records that they sought from the FBI through the state. So again, they do have some idea. The state has said that the initial identification of Koberger came through the building of this family tree via some genetic genealogy, one of these websites. We don't know which one police used, or the FBI in this case. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have some idea, but they're arguing that they need more information in order to fully comprehend and understand it to put up their case.
Yeah. And remember, I mean, we're spending all this time on IGG, but early on with the alibi defense, when the state was pushing for this, Koberger, he didn't have to answer anything, of course, but he was under a gun to give an alibi defense, and they produced that he was out, that this is his pattern, that he drives all over, and if they saw his car, it's because he was driving, and he's the night owl, and he drives all around, and that's what he does. And he really, by answering that, and it will come back on them, he took away a big piece of their alibi defense, because he's not saying he wasn't there. In fact, they said this is what he does, and that's how they answered it in a court document. So I know we're spending a lot of time on the IGG, but remember, they've answered some other stuff earlier where they have essentially given up that idea of the alibi, because they said, yeah, he drives around and that's what he does.
And corroborated.
So, yeah,
and
they
corroborated.
did.
I mean, in a way, like that alibi, quote unquote alibi, and I use that term really loosely here, corroborates part of the state's theory of the case. So it's like, why say anything? It's when that came out, it was so bizarre, because it's like, I wouldn't, if that's the best you can do, don't say anything. Just don't say anything at all. So
I mean, and they, we're spending a lot of time moving away from that, but it will come back to this, because they gave a big gift, I think.
Dr. Vonda Kay, she's in the chat. She's a friend of the show. She's here often. She says Angie Dodge's killer was found using IGG in Idaho. A lot more killers are getting caught that way. Marilyn from Tarot Clarity. Fix, I'm going to throw this one to you. I wonder if anyone on the jury will have had any exposure to Brian Koberger. I think it's BK, not KB. That area is small, and it will be hard to find folks who have never encountered him. I know you don't live in Moscow, but I know you've spent time there. Is it small enough that it would, if they don't get jurors from somewhere other than there, that there's a good chance that one of the jurors will have come across this guy?
That would be pretty hard to believe, because I believe that the defense would, try to strike that particular individual. I think anybody, I mean, we're talking about encountering him. If we're talking about somebody who's watched the show or, read the newspaper. Is that an encounter? It seems like they're talking about direct. And I think anybody who would have had a direct experience with him would not qualify for the jury. I don't think either side would probably want that. It's the population up there is about 30,000. And I believe I reported recently it's about 20,000 voters, which is kind of a derivative of the number of potential jurors in the pool.
I grew up in a town of 30,000 in suburban New Jersey, and I don't want to say everyone knew everybody. That's certainly not the case, but a lot of us knew a lot of each other. But to say that everyone knows everybody in a town of 30 or 20,000 people, I think that's a stretch, but it's certainly more likely than if you live in New York City, let's say.
Also, Brian Koberger was living in Pullman, so that's across the state line. I mean, you're talking about another. Good
point.
Yeah, it's not even the same state.
Great point, actually. 7 miles away, I think, but different state, different city, all that. Gene, this is the quote that the DA gave in Latah County about the IGG, and it goes as follows. Bill Thompson: the IGG process pointed law enforcement toward Brian Koberger, but it did not provide law enforcement with substantive evidence of guilt. The IGG information is not material to the preparation of the defense. This is something you'd be saying. Is that a strong enough statement to push Ann Taylor back a little bit?
I think it's a strong enough statement so far in that courts have agreed with Bill Thompson so far. Now this, it's still obviously new and young in legal theory, and genetics is growing very, very quickly. And
yeah, by the way, if anybody's new, if you go back to the springtime about a year ago, actually, in March or April of last year, if you go back to our prior episodes, you'll see that we did go into, and if you remember, some of the special ones where we went in a little bit farther are available for you now. I opened those up, and the first time that WSU Kim came on the show, I opened those up a couple weeks ago, and those were private up until a couple weeks ago. So if you're a new member, definitely go check out those episodes where you saw that we dug in even deeper. And then if you're a sub, just go back to about a year ago, and you'll see we do have some of the episodes there for everybody that's available where we were going into the property as well. It does definitely has an interesting history, that's for sure.
I'm getting a lot more mature, a lot faster. But there wasn't something. I mean, yes, they did get a lead from the IGG about the Koberger family tree, I suppose, if that's what you're going to go for. But they, it didn't lead them directly to Brian Koberger. I mean, they had to go then do all the investigative work and do all the rest of the tips and do everything else that they needed to do. Yeah, thank God that that this is advancing and that cold cases are being solved and people are getting answers to, some of these horrendous, unsolved cases with serial murders that have been unresolved. And I think that's really important. I mean, Angie Dodge, like as mentioned earlier, somebody else was serving time for that case that didn't do it. Until the IGG, until the genetics came through on this, and he was cleared, and somebody else was convicted. So, it's got its purpose for sure.
Yeah, well, it's definitely getting harder and harder to be a good criminal, and especially a good killer. Such a phrase could even be invoked, but this IGG is starting to really have a big impact. I got to know. The $2 super chat here, botched death penalty case in Idaho yesterday. For the first time in state history, this is straight from Fix's story. Once again, I guess you could call that plagiarism. Idaho prison officials on Wednesday were unable to successfully carry out a lethal injection when members of the execution team could not locate a suitable vein to insert an IV into death row prisoner Thomas Creech. Fix. You said to me early yesterday, I'm going to come on and talk Koberger unless it's kind of a crazy day. And then I see this headline. I'm like, oh boy, I just lost my guest. And I had to call or talk to Fix last night. I was at a dinner and I was telling him, you still got to come on. So he was nice enough to do this. But what the hell happened? Before we get there, what is Thomas Creech convicted of, and why was he in there, and for how long?
Thomas Creech has been incarcerated in Idaho for almost 50 years. So that dates to Gerald Ford's administration. This also speaks to death penalty cases, just for, a point of argument. This idea that, we convict people, we sentence them to death, and then they are executed. It has taken more than 40 years to get him to that point, just based on the level of appeals and the different legal avenues. That he's been pulled from death row a couple different times and then resentenced. So to answer your question, he pled guilty to the murder of a fellow prisoner who he killed in May of 1981. He beat this person who was partially disabled. He beat them with a sock filled with batteries. He beat them to death, and then when the sock broke, because the batteries had exited a hole, he then stomped and kicked the person in the head and throat. So, he has a very high-profile history. He had previously been convicted of killing 2 people by shooting them to death. in another portion of Idaho.
Wow.
After the fact, he was convicted of a murder in Sacramento, another in Portland, Oregon. And at points, he had claimed to have killed as many as 42 people. There's some pretty wild stories. Later, he said it was actually 26. Through my reporting, I believe he's probably somewhere around a dozen at least. But at his clemency hearing last month before the parole board, he was non-committal about the fact that it was as many as 14. But the fact is, he has killed probably about a dozen people, convicted of 5, including 3 in Idaho.
Whoa.
And after years and years of back and forth with death warrants and attempts at execution, he ended up before the execution team yesterday. They were not able to find the vein after almost an hour with 8 different locations on his body.
I know, and it's crazy. We were just talking before that because we were covering it that morning. It was breaking news. And I was sitting there talking about the Alabama DP where they failed that back in 2022 and how they needed to change how they do it because of the chemicals and all that other stuff not coming from the other countries. And then all of a sudden the shit happens, you know? Let's get rid of the lethal, man. For real.
And prison officials called it. So the term botched is being thrown around. His attorneys are certainly claiming that this was cruel and unusual. There's some nuance to the concept of something that's botched. This was certainly an unsuccessful execution, but I heard today the director of the Department of Correction in Idaho, he testified before a House Judiciary Committee here in Idaho that, in fact, the process worked as it should in order to avoid a botched execution, because they didn't want what could be the result, putting somebody through cruel and unusual punishment to get the outcome that was desired.
Fix, someone had a comment, which I took down by accident myself. It wasn't the COE this time, who likes to do it right as I'm about to ask the question. But there's a commenter who said it's because he dehydrated himself. Any reporting on that? I personally, I wouldn't have even thought of that. But if you're sitting on death row,
yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. You dehydrate yourself, your veins aren't easily as available, and therefore it's harder to find a vein. I mean, exactly. That's probably what he did.
You've been there for 50 years. You got some time to think about how to get out of it. Do we know if he did intentionally dehydrate himself so they could not find the veins that they needed to?
So another piece, Thomas Creech is 73 years old. Harder to catch a vein when you're elderly. This was actually, the dehydration theory was actually addressed also by the director of prisons today. When you issue a death warrant for a prisoner here in Idaho, it's 30 days out. You set the date, and then you're moved from death row into a cell that's close to the actual execution chamber. He's put under 24/7 watch. Thomas Creech has actually been identified as a very cooperative individual within the prison system by prison officials. And the director said today before the House committee that, you know, he's under 24/7 surveillance. He's been cooperative in the months leading up to this, and we didn't notice any sort of change in behavior in terms of anything, including what he was putting into his body, how much water he was drinking, etc. So he sort of dispelled that theory today before that Judiciary Committee.
Did he have a final meal? There he is, Thomas Creech. It's always, I mean, Gary Bricado will tell me no, and Gene will tell me no, and but there's something in these eyes all the time. Isn't there something in these eyes? Did he have a last meal, Fix?
He did. I mean, what we expected was his last meal. It was reported that he had fried chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, corn, rolls, and the Wall Street Journal reported that he had pecan butter ice cream.
That always amazes me. Like Tara Malik, God forbid, but let's say you're on death row and you're about to be put to death. Would you be worried? God forbid. Would you be worried about having butter pecan ice? Like, would that be on your, like, would you want a great meal? I don't think I would care at that point.
I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of a foodie, so maybe
Yeah.
it's possible.
It would be the last thing. Maybe, I don't know. I would have like I like bad chocolates. I'd have a Reese's peanut butter cup maybe. And I don't know, chocolate Hershey bar, pizza. I don't know. Be like the last thing on my mind. Just to kind of round this out, and I'm stealing this admittedly all from the fix here. Gene Fisher, I want to get your take on this too. The warden named Tim Richardson, he conferred with the Idaho Department of Correction director, a guy named Josh Tawalt, about an hour into this attempted execution after medical team members made 8 tries in a variety of locations on Creech's body. They started with his right arm and then his right hand before moving to his left arm and to his lower left leg. Fix is making the point that they avoided a botched execution by doing all this. Do you agree with that, or do things have to change? Because this seems like kind of, I'm going to get yelled at right now. I'm going to say cruel and unusual punishment. This guy sounds like he deserves some cruel and unusual punishment, but we're supposed to be a humane and just society. Is there a problem going on now with these injections?
Wow. Okay. Cynically, cruel and unusual would have been that they put an IV in him with a water bag the night before to make sure that he was hydrated. Cruel and unusual might have been that they stuck the IV in his neck and did it. I mean, we have drug addicts who can figure out how to get an IV in their feet. I mean, a needle in their toes, you know. It's really hard in this instance because it's volunteers, it's a death penalty. It's very, very difficult. And these are volunteers that had to agree to come in. I've seen some comments on here where they've said, you know, why didn't they have an ICU nurse, or why didn't they have somebody who might have been a little bit more medical savvy? But you got to get a volunteer to do that. And I don't know who they got. To the extent that Director Tewalt said it would have been botched if they had tried, because if they had made entry into a vein and then it wasn't inserted properly, and it could have been really awful, right? I mean, no, it could have been awful. On the other hand, I'm having a hard time understanding how they just couldn't get this done medically. And I think, I just think it's frustrating. And the thing is, the Department of Corrections in Idaho has come out and has said that he's, the man he is today is not the man who he was. They've all talked about him being this model citizen and a great guy and really just a pleasure to work with. And you're like, hey, wait a minute. Let's take this back and remember who he really is and what he did and the victims that he's left behind.
Just for those wondering, the fix also pointed out that there was a purchase order obtained by the Idaho statesman using public records, and prison officials paid $50,000 last fall for 15 grams of pentobarbital. The legal dose is 5 grams. I guess they got 2 extra doses or dosages for potentially other victims or other death row inmates. But fix to you, I already saw an opinion piece in the Idaho Statesman that said this is why we need to switch to the firing squad. Do you think that this will impact, at least within the state of Idaho? And look, Brian Koberger could be on the receiving end of this. Do you think that we're going to now see the firing squad instead of injections in the state of Idaho, partly because of this?
So last year, the firing squad was approved and signed by the governor as a backup method to lethal injections. So lethal injections are still the preferred method here. The firing squad is available if the lethal injection drugs are not available. They have been in recent time able to locate those drugs. They're pretty difficult to get anymore. Suppliers won't sell them to prison systems across the country for the use in executions. They were obtained in Idaho for that amount of money. And there is starting to be that talk, including in the prison system and across the board with state officials, probably the Attorney General's office, the governor's office, about whether or not they need to move more quickly to preparing the ability to have the firing squad ready to carry out an execution. So yes, that is a conversation that is certainly happening today.
What a crazy story. And in spite of all that, the fix did come on. So I appreciate that very much. Tara Malik, appreciate her too. She's a Idaho licensed attorney practicing in state and federal courts in business and commercial litigation. She bounces all around the state. She also has experience in both civil and criminal law. Tara Malik, where do we go from here with this case? Not light, but with this case.
Which one?
This case, Brian Kohberger.
With the Kohberger. Well, I think, we are just seeing the kind of beginnings of this motion practice. We're going to see a lot more of that coming up. I would anticipate if the defense stays on this path that they seem to be hinting at, we'll likely see a motion to suppress evidence, and that'll be the big next fight for these folks, including the change of venue as well and trial dates. But I think that defense is going to keep doing what they're doing, is try and poke holes in the state's case and muddy the waters a little bit here.
Dom's mom gifting 5 memberships, and then Slackjaw super chat, formerly Sensory Combustion, now Slackjaw. I've been lurking and joining the show. Had to jump in for some Tara Malik. There you go. And Gene Fisher. Don't ever underestimate Gene Fisher. 33 years, the Ada County Prosecutor's Office in Boise, Idaho, part of the Special Crimes Unit. In fact, she was the chief of that unit. Gene Fisher, what is next, in your opinion, as we wind down this Brian Kohberger long road?
I agree with Tara. I mean, we're going to start to really pick up more of these motions and some motion practice. It appears that the judge seems to be persuaded to talk about venue before the jury trial gets set. At least that's how maybe that was Kevin's story of how I understood that. But there'll be a number of motion hearings that we need to go, and I don't think we'll see this case until late spring or the summer of 2025.
It's a long ways off. Kevin Fixler, the man I call Fix, he's an investigative reporter with the Idaho Statesman. Not only that, he was named Reporter of the Year. If you guys are not reading the Idaho Statesman and you're interested in this case, then you are nuts. Analytical Blarney AB gifting the 5 Surviving the Survivor memberships. Get your subscription to the Idaho Statesman. Fix, I think I've asked you this before, but right now with Brian Kohberger, who would be your biggest get on this story? Who would you want to talk to the most right now? Other than Brian. I
was like, come on, man. We've talked a lot about Ann Taylor. Well, here, I'll say this. The Kohberger family in general would be quite an interview and an opportunity. Aside from, whether it's his 2 siblings or his parents, I would really be interested to speak to Ann Taylor. We've talked a lot about her, but I'd like to know what she's thinking and where she goes from here. They've sort of hat-tipped where the defense might go, but this is a very complicated and complex case, and this is unlike anything I'm sure she's handled in her life, including because of the high-profile nature. There's never been a spotlight on her like there is now, and she's a definitive individual in how this goes. So that would probably be my answer.
That'd be an excellent get. And Ann, I know you watch this show, so you better reach out to the Fix. You can find him at the Idaho Statesman and Kohberger's. If you're watching this show, Fix wants to talk to you too. But obviously, these are the victims. So sad. You got Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and of course Zana Kernodal. Hopefully that they will see justice sooner than later. But right now, it seems like it's going to be a little bit later, with Gene predicting the spring or summer of 2025. But we will stay on this story.
June 2025.
Continue to cover it. Thank you to our amazing guests and Gary Bricado and Kerry Rawson for dropping in. Love you, America. Love you, Idaho.
All right. And I'm going to switch it to this real quick. Thank you. This is the episode we're going to be going into tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern. So even if you don't get a notification, because YouTube will still be back 7:30 Eastern tomorrow night. So go ahead and watch that. We'll discuss it tomorrow. We'll watch it tomorrow. See exactly what they're talking about. Legendary Mindhunter on Idaho student murders. We'll be covering that and all them crazy ass comments from the episode from this evening. It was a good interview, though. A lot of good questions, too. Really good episode. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate it. Sorry about the crazy ass headache. Hopefully tomorrow it'll be better. Hope you all have a peaceful and positive evening. Stay safe, stay warm. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you're not subscribed, please consider so. We will see you tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.